So, I did a little bit of bookkeeping right before we started here. You'll notice I'm now wearing the Itinerant's chain coat with a rune of the Sage, I believe it was, slapped in it, so it gives a lot of power and knowledge. As a direct result, we lost about 140 hit points because we lost 5 constitution, so that is a potential concern, which is why I still have the enhanced invoker coat over there if I end up deciding to change out for it. But where we lost 5 constitution and 4 defense, we gained 6 power, 2 knowledge, and doubled our armor on this piece. I think it's worth it, but I'm not certain. I dropped off all of the diagrams we had, made myself a Signet of Magic, so we have 10% to all of our magic damage types, which, since we are using Chaos and Fire, it makes sense to have this because it raises both of our primary damage types, essentially. And I also got my hands on the Sapphire Signet out of our crafting. So now whenever I heal with the flask, I'll get mana back, which is basically going to save the game for us, I think. So that should take care of concerns of that regard. I debated a couple other changes, but with when I decided to sit down and do that, it was already kind of close to start time, so I didn't actually sit down and do all of the changes that I was considering doing yet. Primarily focusing on the fact that we need new gloves. Like, our gloves have not changed since the beginning of the game, more or less, and that's a little bit of a problem. As you can see, Ulfar, thanks to the blueprints he was given, can make steel now. We don't really have a use for steel bars yet, so I didn't start making them. We're barely even really using iron yet, so I didn't make any major changes there. I wanted to take a look at what the Itinerant's gloves did. There they are. Magic crit chance. I mean, we're not using the point of dexterity we have from this. But I don't know if... the thing is, we just got rid of my 5% starting magic crit chance. So I don't know if that swap is worth anything to us. I would rather gloves that give me stats. But I don't really know if there's that many gloves that give raw stats out there. Outside of, I think, the ones we can make over here. Which I did purchase a upgrade for our tailor as well, so all of her prices are cheaper, since we spend a lot of time working with her at this point. These are the same weight, and they would give me more knowledge, but I really feel like knowledge is the one thing we're kind of fine on stat-wise. There we go. More power and knowledge from the Invoker Gloves. I think I was planning to make these, and then I just didn't do it. Or were these one of the ones that were lost when I ended up having the game crash? That might have been the thing. Because the Briar gloves are similar to the other one. The inscribed gloves are also an option. Because the inscribed gloves would give us more weakness chance, which isn't bad, and it's barely any weight increase. But again, it gives knowledge, which we don't really need. So I think I will go with the Invoker gloves, even though they are heavier. Kind of tempted by the Tricorn, even though it's not worth anything for us specifically. Just for style. This will put us back, yeah, out of the 70% range, so we may as well go ahead and get rid of the grip. And go ahead and put the weakness chance back on. Because unless you're at 70 or lower, it doesn't matter as far as your weight goes. Just means we'll be rolling like this, like we started the game doing. And honestly, that's perfectly fine for me. We've now had a, like, 9 point of power swing. Which may make more of a drastic difference than I'd intended, but that's fine. I didn't forget any talent points. We do have enough for an upgrade. Did I want to grab an upgrade before I left? To go back into the Vampire Castle. What do the upgrades for this one do again? Explosion damage is increased by 5% of your maximum mana. Okay. Ooh, scatter grenade. Okay. No, I think I do actually want Dark Orb, because I think I want to push for the restore mana for enemy damaged by the explosion. That actually starts to make that worthwhile. I poo-pooed at the Dark Orb before, but seeing those upgrades, like I expected, it might, has turned me around on that idea. It won't restore mana right now, which is a little bit of a shame. But I do think it's worth our while to have that. Now, I'll be the first to say I don't remember the lay of the land here particularly well. Hey there, Callisto. Hope you're doing well today. So I'm gonna have to relearn the lay of the land here, even though it's only been a couple days. Yeah... That's the downside to catching the stream right at the beginning, is the ads, unfortunately, run very early on, so that it gets them out of the way. Oh wow, that poison is eating me alive right now. There we go. Yeah, like I was saying, unfortunately I have the first set of ads run like in the first couple minutes to get the first batch of ads out of the way, so that's the unfortunate part to coming in early. But, like I said, hopefully you're doing well, and I'm glad to see you here. Let's see. I think this is a room we cleared already, but I'm just getting my feet back under me. It was only a couple days ago that we played this, and I already forgot everything anyway. Oh, not everything, but... it's gonna take a minute for that section of brain to kick back in again. This is all compartmentalized, basically. I appreciate that, Callista. And if I could just get rid of the ads entirely, I absolutely would. But unfortunately, that's just not how the system works around here. Kinda surprised I timed that one. I really didn't expect to be able to dodge that knife. I'm starting to remember things now. It's interesting that it remembered all these items that got dropped up here from all the bats and such I obliterated. Okay, good. I did remember the button for grappling hook. Yeah, because there was something we came up here to get, and I already have it. Still slightly weird that when those orb things die, their bits just float in the air. Yeah, for those that missed the previous session, to catch everybody up, we're on our way to deal with a lord that we were ordered to kill by the king priest in the last major plot point we had happen. I had misgivings about the idea, but it's turned out that the lord we were sent to kill is a vampire, and he has ruined this entire area. Like, he has been feeding on his people. His entire castle is infested with vampires of his own creation. And the village he was next to is basically down to like a handful of survivors huddled in an attic, hoping this is all gonna blow over. So it's not great. Apparently Lord Oberon was not originally the lord of this area. He kind of took over violently. So that was a whole thing as well. Yeah, I feel like I just want to go back up here. feel like I went awry somewhere. Probably when I went through the door. Yeah, we picked up the grappling hook last session after going down to the boathouse and finding one of said survivors' friends, unfortunately already having died to a blood fiend. So that was a whole thing. Not exactly the news they wanted to get, but it was the news they were going to get, given the scenario we're dealing with here. Right, you do a follow-up swing the other way. Right. That 30% mana from the healing potion is paying dividends. I can just magic my way through my problems much easier now. Without having to worry as much about not being able to continue casting. Use their own explosion against them. What? Right. Guess who forgot they take delayed damage because of burning blood? I'll give you a hint, it's this guy, the one who's dead now. Yeah. Still not used to that being a thing that I made my character able to do. It's very handy when I remember that I did that. The rest of the time, not exactly ideal. Let's just run past these guys this time so we can get our stuff back. I don't know if I can outrange whatever this rune's going to do. Okay, that just hurts a lot. Okay, that's fine. Once the caster's gone, the rune is gone, so it all works itself out. We still didn't get up here, but I don't remember if there was a reason why I didn't make it up there or not. Based on the positioning, I feel like there probably was a reason, but best we just go find out and get it over with. Oh wait, yeah, I think it was just a simple matter of we didn't switch the ladders back to get there yet. It probably isn't that simple. But I'm hoping it is that simple. We'll find out. Hip, hop, hip, hop, hip, hop, hip, hop, ha. Hop, hip, hop, ha. Hip, hop, ha. Oh no, it's a locked door. Did we get a key for this door last time? We did. So this is the tower entrance. Okay. Good. Some of my memory is still working well enough then. Good news. Good news. Okay, this ladder goes way higher up. What's over here? Mysterious door. Which leads... the goodies! And a Striga. Less goodies. Just gonna melt you with magic, because I'm not dealing with that. Anyway.
I won't leave this here.
Ooh, another potion diagram. You would think they just called them potion recipes instead of potion diagrams, but eh. It's not really a big deal. I was gonna say I wonder why I was doing so much more damage, but I remember it's because of power vacuum. The more mana we spend, the more damage I do. So we're currently in a position where my magic actually really cooks through things. My own burning blood plus the poison is potentially going to be a problem here. But we got a lot of things to sort an issue like that out with. So we should be fine. Being out of potions, however, a little bit more of a concern. Oh, we can't actually get up from here. This was actually purely just to open that door, so that when we get up here, we can go straight across. It's interesting, though, because our target's this way, but we opened the door on this side. So I guess actually it's a matter of so we can enter that room and go that way then. And then just hope that that other door will open for us. Okay, good, that does work. I wasn't sure if dropping off of a ledge was going to let me grapple. We hadn't encountered that scenario yet. So that could have gone horribly wrong. But you know, you gotta find out someday, right? Ooh, that's the wrong way to go. Wait. No, something's gone awry here. I think I went too far down. Yes, I did, because I'm supposed to climb up the ladder the rest of the way now. No, but that's where we came from? Ah. Wait a minute. Oh, right, because the door over there led to a chest, and then we went back and immediately went up. Yeah. Yep, just had a moment. Don't mind me. So our work there is done. But... huh. Now, I'm going back to where that chest was, because it's showing that that room's not done yet. Something about that doesn't add up. And that might be where the itch in my brain is coming from.
It's locked.
Oh wait, yeah, we looked at this locked door already, and there's nothing else in this room. Okay, never mind. So this is clearly right above the library, based on, you know, the shelves upon shelves below us there. Not that it's actually connected. But I was kind of hoping that opening that door would lead further than this. I don't think I can make this if I try to jump down there. He says he tries for it anyway, and breaks his legs. We've also been here already, so I don't know if this really helped me at all. Or, I should say, we got to a part of this room we hadn't been to before because of doing that. But there was nothing here. Unless there's something in here. No, because that's how we entered the room the way we normally did. So yes, that was a complete waste to break my legs doing that. Because this just leads back into the library as it was before. Thanks for not grabbing the ladder, I guess? I mean, at the end of the day, it's fine. It doesn't really matter that that happened. Because we're right here. And it just means I got my mana back faster. Or my potions, more importantly. So our corpse is gonna be right over here. Past these clowns. The unfortunate thing is I'm gonna have to climb back up to come back down. Using the bandage because I'm gonna try to save the potions for the moment. You know what? You know what might actually be clever? Does this reach? So I'm gonna try to be sneaky. Oh, I can't actually push it any further that way. Never mind, that's not gonna work then. I was gonna put all 3 ladders up and then just use the box to get up to the ladders so that I didn't have to worry about which ladder was up anymore. But since that's clearly not gonna be allowed, there's no point worrying about that. And now back the ladder goes, because I presume that there's something over on that side I still need to do. Because there's this little cubby hole here that was not accounted for. And I don't know if that means anything, but I'm inclined to look. This is one of the few ideas I've got in the immediate. You know what? Nope. Just not dealing with it. Right, that's why I didn't get to that one cubby hole. Right, I remember now. Because I didn't realize to make that specific jump before.
Strange to the touch.
Ooh.
Might be interesting to Shirin.
So that's what I was missing. The strange fabric to have that equivalent of the other strange items we found, because we found a strange ore we used to make a fancy weapon. That was of no use to me, but it was a fancy weapon. And we also brought back a... Oh yeah, it was a strange plant, which is what got us our upgrade for our flask. Huh, okay. That's a thing that happened. Okay. Was just checking on something. And it all seems good. Veil of Shadows is the quest reward for that. I didn't mean to look at that, but I ended up seeing it. Let's go get that. Or at the very least, let's see what else she needs to make that before we make any further progress. That seems like something I might actually want.
Happy to help. I can. Going to need some additional materials. Here's a list.
Okay, so what are those additional materials? 2 cores of entropy, 2 greater anima cores, 4 enhanced thread, and 8 silk cloth.
Something I can assist with?
I'm gonna assume I don't have the enhanced thread. Because I have some silk, but I think the enhanced stuff is what I'm missing. Yeah, I also don't have that much silk either, so that makes sense. But I could have sworn we picked up more silk than that. Yeah, the main thing I need then is enhanced thread and just keep getting more silk cloth. Which she'll probably be able to make silk if I level her a bit more. Unless she's selling it. No, she isn't. So, what would be the best way to get her some more levels out of what we have here without wasting too much material? Well, that has value to me. The answer, I think, is going to be we'll make at least one of these Veilwalker vests, because I may actually make use of that at some point. If I do a hard pivot into assassination at some point, that may actually be useful to me. We already have an Invoker coat. Serpent cape? No. Invoker breeches, they're the same as the bronze, but weaker for me. We already have an Essence Gain coat. I don't think I want to give up the armor. for this, and Spirit helps with our mace, but doesn't really help anything else we're doing at the moment. Now, we do want more bandages, so we can just focus on making some bandages as well. Fortunately, I need to buy the wool. Or, I should say, I need to either buy it or go find it. And for our purposes right now, buying it is the better choice. But I think even doing this, yeah, she's not gaining a level here. We would need to, like, make more Veil Walker stuff or something. Be able to push that further along. The medium armor kits help. Sure, go ahead and make those. Probably never gonna remember to use them, but it gets the job done. Let's see, we see the Velvet Wrap now. Not that she can make that because that's level 10, but that's fine. It's interesting that that still uses wool. You would think some of these would be starting to use silk. Now, if either of those were chaos mana cost, I would actually be interested in that idea. But that's what the Shadow Cloak might do. Which is why I'm as interested in it as I am. It's looking like she can't make anything else off of level 9, so I think we're kind of stuck on that idea. I'm gonna just have to assume then that we can go get the enhanced thread where we're at right now. And we just didn't happen to get anything to drop it before. There is a world in which our upgrades on some of those NPCs are also a little bit behind. That is a world I need to acknowledge does exist. It really is satisfying just making things explode. So what stopped me going this way? Or was it just me that stopped me going this way? 'Cause I think this is where the boss fight we just did was. Right, then the door doesn't open and we can't get any higher. That's why. Okay, never mind. That makes sense now. So that's dead in the water at the second. We can't get up there at the second. Because even with a ledge jump, we can't make our way over that way. It's a real shame that we can't just freely use the grappling hook. This would be a great time for me to remember how I got up there. There's clearly a door or something dumped me out in there. Oh, wait, that might be what this room was. Yeah, that's this room. Okay. And we can't activate that elevator as far as I've been able to tell. But we'll check that again because I'm operating off of what I did last time as far as that goes, so that might actually not be true. Yeah, it's no longer true. I'm pretty sure this activated when we activated all of the other mechanisms in the castle then. And I just was still assuming that this didn't work. That's where that all went awry. Melt the monsters with a grape juice beam. There we go. It's purple flavored. Another essence bauble. I haven't used any of those. I still have not even used any of them. I've just not felt particularly compelled to do so. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be bashing vampires with Bjorn's sword as well at some point. Meh. I don't know if I care enough on that one. Bloodbound legs. Those would actually be really useful if we went the knife route. Okay, that's just indicating that we had the new gloves in the form of the ones I already had. This is a really good area for somebody that was going dexterity so far, because of all the armor penetration and dexterity bonuses just kicking around in here. Oh yeah, that was why I went in here. I wanted to reorient my quest target. Which is right above me now. There's the ladder that leads to it right there. Presumably we go this way, we go around, then we send the ladder down.
The sun is rising. Beautiful.
Convenient that the sun just happens to be rising in this place right now, huh? I'm sure that won't be relevant at all in a battle against vampires. I feel like those birds are judging me. Oh, there's a cat. Don't let the cat distract you from the fact that there's a very large vampire right on the other side of the wall, though. And for those wondering, yes, I will stop to pet every cat along the way. So why wouldn't I? Haha. Oh, wow. He actually got through that angle better than I expected. I would have died there if it weren't for burning blood. So, that's a lesson. Do not taunt the vampire hanging from the ceiling above you. Unless you're ready to catch him. This was also for nothing. Wait.
It's locked.
So we don't have the key for this door, but we've been on both sides of it. Huh. Weird. Usually if you're on both sides of a door, you would have found the key on one side of it. Or a way to open it or something. Maybe I missed the way to open it when I was on the other side. That still feels just so safe to do. The gremlins almost got me there.
Nice.
Another broadsword. You will eat soon. You'll eat shit. Die. Yes, you will go boom.
Ugh. Locked.
Of course it is. There's a key I'm missing somewhere then, isn't there? There almost certainly has to be. This is where we came from. Yeah, this is all just a dead end at the moment then. Strange. Perhaps the key's just on the other end over here. Oh, right. This... No, there's climbable spots here, though. Which is why they have these lit up with the glowing magic dust, I'm sure. Is to prevent the exact scenario that almost happened to me there, where somebody's like, there's nothing there, where do I go? And that's why, even as a caster, you should have a good physical attack. It's a great way to disrupt fellow casters from blowing your face off with their magic. How about your cloak any good? It's not bad. If you're aiming for defense, it's pretty good. I like my speed too much, though. I know you're gonna attack me. You're not slick. You stand out too much from the background, my dude. We all know what you're gonna do. Hey, what do you know? They're real. Oh no. You really just thought you were that clever, huh? The old stand there as a suit of armor trick. That trick probably was old when you were young, you know that?
Oh.
Ooh, I got their sword, though, so that's fun. I am, however, in shambles now. Wait. Oh, this doesn't lead all the way down. That's why. This is the ladder leads all the way down. I don't know why I want to do this. Oh, it opens the door. Of course. You know what? I gotta give them some credit for a flair for the dramatic, at least. Which really shouldn't be a shock out of vampires. They tend to be a rather dramatic bunch. Either melodramatic or otherwise. Well, we got a relatively straight shot back to the checkpoint now, so let's go back and get our stuff back before we go through that door, because presumably through that door is the boss fight. Is it just through a door, up an elevator, up a ladder to get to the door. So it's really not that bad at all. And I don't think we even have to fight anything. After all, we wouldn't want to throw our essence away. I'm not within a point of getting anything in particular at the moment, so... Do I want to push back up here? What was I doing? It's like, I can see a few things that I was building towards, I just don't know which one I was aiming for at the time. Infliction Catalyst would be nice, but I don't think I have enough to make Infliction Catalyst big yet. So I think I actually want to work on getting things... Actually, yeah, Fire Attunement's probably a winner for us right now. That would make our weapon hit a little harder, but it's literally 1 point more damage. And it only takes 1% off of our weight issue. So I think I just go for more power, because it raises my spell power by 3 and my weapon damage by 2. I don't think the fire resist is going to be too big a deal. At least not currently. But you know, every bit helps. Alright, bye. Yeah, I can't activate that, so I do have to fight these two yokels before I can go up there. It's interesting that these vampires are carrying deer meat. But I guess maybe they drain the blood from that as like a snack. I don't know. This is raw meat, so it would presumably still be bloody. But what do I know about anything, really, you know? I was gonna question why there's a... Oh, he did tag me on my way up. That's a shame. Just bandage the laser hole in my leg, then. I'm not gonna be able to get that open before you two... Oh no, I can get through before they activate. Now, before I trigger the fight, let's have a look at that sword. S rank and strength scaling. Oh, what a beautiful weapon this would be for somebody else. Dead end. Neat purple lighting you got in here. Lord Oberon.
Another vampire hunter. How dull.
I'm a little more nuanced than that. I'm an Inquisitor. I'm gonna assume he's got multiple phases. Ooh, wow, that attack hits a real wide area, huh? He's invisible. Oh, that's gonna hurt. All right. See, I was making fun of him a little bit for his dumb little hover move he was doing, because he was super vulnerable during it, and then everything else started happening. Yeah, just keep slamming the ground. That's also fine. You can go ahead and levitate around. Okay, you can just outrange that. I figured that was gonna have tracking. Turns out it doesn't. This can't be the end, though. There's no way that's the whole fight. Uh-huh. Phase 2 coming right up. The real battle begins. His blood fiend form. Oh! I saw immediately what to do, but reacted too slow. Notice how everywhere but where the windows were open got a little bit darker when that happened? I'm betting he can only jump you in the dark. So if I stepped into the light, he wouldn't be able to do anything. But I froze up for just long enough on that. Huh. Don't know why that's a thing that happened. Oh, never mind, that makes sense. Saw something odd, so I was checking on it. You know me, easily distracted by anything strange. Or just as much, anything slightly out of the ordinary. Because I can't even call some of the things I've seen lately strange, but they're not in the complete norm either. Up we go. When the next ad hits, I'm gonna run back out to the kitchen to make sure I shut everything off properly. I'm 90% sure I did, because I checked it once, but my brain's ticking about it since I did some cooking earlier. So, I'm just gonna do that to satisfy the paranoid aspect of my brain, more or less. Nope, no biting. I got interested in my own essence there. I'm like, ooh, right, I need to pick that back up. Forgetting that he does the sword swing. Get farther away, so I'm out of range when he does the swing. I shouldn't have tried to be cheeky. Because I wanted to do a funny and hit him with the orb. Okay, if you get behind him on that move, he just fails out of it immediately. I think the orb just doesn't work very well in this fight, because he moves around too much for the slow bounce on that to end up keeping him in range. No, 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 nope, nope. I am not a tasty Capri Sun, no. Hey there, Sunnyside, hope you're doing well. So far, so good for me today. Just lasering a vampire. Punk. Round 1 done again. Now to not get caught out by the new move in the new phase of this fight. Ooh, he's doing a different thing now. He's hanging from the chandelier. Ooh. And it's a perfect solution if you think about it, because a laser is made out of light, and vampires hate light. Yep, gotta get into the light. Aha! So that is how that works. He tries to go for you, but he gets burned by what light there is. Okay. I'm also not sure he can see in that form, because it doesn't look like he has eyes anymore. Ooh, wow, don't stand still for that. Standing still for that was a bad idea. Nope, not falling for it. That is top tier standing bad if I just go walk out into the darkness. Slam the ground. Oh, he's getting real antsy now that his health's low. And he's dead. Unless there's a third phase. And we're just kind of standing here. Entropy. Something's forming because of this. And I'm not sure we wanted this. Oh, no, he's just not dead still. Okay. Good for you. This is a silly question. Asking him if he's toying with me, though, that feels about right, because that was a pretty easy fight.
That was the first entertainment I have had in ages. Well done, Inquisitor. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?
Now, technically, this would be a correct answer, because he's destroyed this whole area. Technically, we were ordered to come here and kill him. But I don't care about what the King Priest wants. And I'm not particularly attached to the people of Lockmere. I'm actually really fucking curious about the fact he's not dead. If I'm honest.
You're too far from home for that to be true, Inquisitor. If you're here to try and kill me, at least do me the courtesy and tell me to my face.
Well, yes, I am here to kill you, but I wanted to talk first.
Is that what he's calling himself these days? When we first met, he was going by... I want to say it was something like Moa the Endless. Before the whole empire went to shit. Not that you would know that. Since I believe he denies you any history but the one he writes.
Uh-huh.
I assume you don't even know what the archmages are.
Well, we do actually know some of that, because Branwyn, the witch we're working with now, told us some of that history. But he is correct that the King Priest doesn't let anybody know anything about anything other than what he tells them, because, you know, that's how you keep your populace in line and keep yourself King Priest.
Oh, a scholar. You are full of surprises. Are you aware your master is an archmage? And even he hasn't been able to kill me. So you do understand he sent you here to die, right?
Yeah, no, that's basically what I assumed when I was assigned this task. I even said so as much last time. Remember when I said that I assumed 3 scenarios were the likely reality of us getting sent here? 1, political assassination, and that we would then get blamed for. 2, sent here to die. 3, there was a hidden factor at play here. Technically, 2 of these scenarios are true at the same time, because we weren't told that this guy was a vampire. But of course, we might have actually prepared better if we'd been told that this man was a vampire. Considering he's a very ancient vampire that an archmage can't kill, though, I don't think I have any quarrel with him anymore. I don't think I can win that fight.
I curse him for what he and his cohorts did. Introduce entropy to this world. My kind found a way into this realm eons ago. Do you think I want to share it? To be a pawn of the lords of entropy? More than anyone, I want to close the damn portals. But there was only ever one witch that attempted it.
Mandragora.
Yes. Pity she's dead.
Is this monster an ally? A being as old as him would have knowledge of resurrection spells. Ask him what he knows.
An inquisitor trying to resurrect a witch? I'd be very intrigued. Even willing. to resist. Unfortunately, I have a problem. One put here by our masters to make sure I behave myself. So until she's removed, I can't say a word.
Yeah, that's a good point, but I think it's more complicated than that. If it's a case of it's someone put here to keep him under control, she probably has access to a means of stopping him. Not necessarily a means of defeating him, but a means of stopping him. But it is a good question. What do I need to know to beat this?
They chose her to keep tabs on me because my powers are useless against her. So I need you to do it. Her name is the Tomb Mistress. You will find her on the other side of the castle. Destroy her and I will swear on my good name. Tell you how to restore the wits.
Now, I'm torn on this one. Because it depends on the world you're in, whether the word of a vampire is trustworthy. Based on the way he seems to be portrayed here, I'm inclined to believe him, because they seem to be on the more noble archetype of vampire, where their word would actually be binding for them. So I'm inclined to trust that aspect of it. And at the very least, he would owe us a favor for getting him out of the issue he's in right now. But there's two other layers to this that bug me a little bit. If he can't go anywhere, does he know the carnage that's happened outside? Or has he just been letting his children, for lack of a better way of putting it, just run amok and he doesn't care? Is it safe to say he himself didn't kill everyone? He caused them all to get killed. But he himself couldn't have done it then if he can't leave. But it also begs the question of when did the Tome Mistress arrive? Because, well, from what we know, Lord Oberon arrived here separately from this whole situation in this area and then caused the vampire crisis by killing the people in the castle. So,
I hope you like theater. Now off you go.
oh, is she some kind of, like, puppet user or something? Is that the thing?
Shining.
Thanks for the fancy sword. And there's the greater arcane cores I needed, too. Oh yeah, I forgot you guys were still here. Bye! Not my problem. Oh neat, we learned Flame Slash as well. That probably will be useful. I'm still in combat, so I can't activate the elevator. Easily done. Now, oh, it's a great sword. Though, it is a great sword that works with our stat line. I mean, mostly. S-rank power for scaling is pretty nifty. And it's actually not that heavy. Like, that's the wonderful thing about the greatswords in this game, is they're not, like, crazy heavy other than the Shredder so far. Like, we got regular swords that are almost as heavy as the greatswords are. The great hammers, though, those are heavy. Cleave all enemies in front of you with a massive blade of fire, dealing fire power scaling damage. Reducing the armor of enemies hit by 30%. Yeah. You know what? I'm into it. That'll actually be a really good move to have. Because remember, more or less my fire set is kind of a setup set, so what I could do is switch to it. Put fire on my weapon, Flame Slash, Fire Tornado, switch back, and then start really rolling into them with everything else we have while their armor's reduced. Now, I'll be the first to say that it's not going to work out that way, because I'm probably never going to have the presence of mind to do that whole swap malarkey in the first place. But it's a great dream. It's a great idea. Now, I will say, considering we still have to fight our way through this place constantly, we got a 50-50 on whether Oberon even has control of the vampires that are in here. They may all be working for the Tome Mistress and not him. That is a world that does exist. Now, it might sound like I'm trying to make excuses to not have Oberon be the one blamed for everybody outside dying, thus giving me a very good reason to kill him. That's partially true. I'll fully acknowledge that, because I'm pretty sure I wouldn't win that fight, so I'm just kind of mollifying that one as best I can so I don't think about betraying him and getting myself killed. You know, sometimes you gotta work with the dark side of things in order to be able to work things out. Basically, work with evil to face worse evil, that type of deal. Unk, unk. Now, here's the thing, though. Did we receive a key or anything? Because I saw the sword and a bunch of other stuff. I did not see a key. So the fact that we're being expected to go over to where we just were a moment ago, and I couldn't go that way, makes me wonder if we just suddenly can go in there now. Like, maybe he opened the way for us. Or maybe I got a key and I didn't notice. Hard to say, really. Slide our way down here first, just to check things. Oh, actually, no. Sliding down this one's pointless. I should have checked the map before I made it this far down. But hey, getting my exercise in. Where these little guys go? They think they're able to take me. Poor things. Nope, he got me that time. Now, I remember you're here this time. Womp womp. Okay, we did get a key then. Very good. And that gives us access to the top half of this tower. You know, something doesn't add up here. Why is the Tome Mistress sequestered up in a locked tower if she's the one in charge around here, keeping him under control? We might be getting lied to again, is what I'm saying. Which wouldn't be a shock, because our Inquisitor here really just spends his whole life getting lied to, it seems. Just everywhere he goes, somebody else is lying to him about something. It's a real shame, but, you know, that's how it be sometimes.
Blocked from this side.
Huh. Oh, the Tome Mistress is down there. I'm glad I went this way rather than checking the map as soon as I arrived then. Rot bloom, root bloom, whichever one. Oh hey, these things are back. Oh, you lived through that, huh? Kind of was hoping that was gonna be a longer drop than that, so you wouldn't have lived. Ah, well. And a hep, and a hep, hep. Yeah, basically what I'm getting at is as long as the game's railroad allows me to, I'm willing to hear out both sides on this situation here. And if she tells me a believable enough story, I may change my tune again. Because Oberon's story doesn't exactly wash well, but we have no good reason to trust where we were sent from to begin with, in this case the King Priest, either. That's not to say we'll have any reason to trust the Tome Mistress's word either. But the more stories we have to compare, the more we have to work with to find out what the actual reality of the situation is. I'm starting to get the idea for why he said, "I'd hope you like theater," looking at where we're going. Oh, I'm out of lockpicks again.
No more lockpicks.
Sad. Yep, that sure is a stage. Well, there's also a checkpoint there.
The audience arrives in the Dome Mistress Theater. They are here to see a tragedy, one of Theeldom's finest. The lights dim and the play begins.
I would like to use that checkpoint that was right next to me.
The hero, a
Nope.
heroic Dampier.
Yep. Remember when I said it was probably gonna be puppets? It's puppets. But like I said, when the ad's playing, I'm going to quickly check on something. So before we actually dig into this fight, since I see the ad is about to start, I'm gonna get up for a quick moment here. I'll be right back. And this way, you all don't miss much of the fight either. Okay, the loop round didn't take as long as I thought, and I did turn everything off like I had hoped I did. Music in this fight is interesting. We do still have a decent bit of ad time left, but either way, we'll get back to it anyway.
The ally, the human magician.
Okay, so this teleports around and tries to burn me. This is a neat fight so far. Oh, that actually hit. Even though that didn't look like it hit.
The villain, an evil vampire, the Dampier's own father. The hero and his faithful ally tracked down a source of great evil and attacked it.
Ah, phase 2 is two of them at once now. That makes sense. Wow, that attack hits hard. For all that, it's just a puppet getting dragged into you to poke you. It actually hits really hard. This would actually be like a hella nasty fight if they were a little faster. As it stands, this is actually more difficult than it looks. Especially with the amount of coverage that the magician has. Burning Blood saving the day once again. I could have went aggro when the swordsman stopped, but I didn't want to risk it. I'm assuming phase 3.
Evil was even greater than he. The hero's father joined them in their fight.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be a phase 3 where all 3 were in play at once. Which is brutal, I might add. Yeah, I'm dying to Burning Blood there. I knew that was happening. Because I couldn't get a word in edgewise at that point. Okay, that's gonna be really bad. So I don't want orb for this. Give me back my Splintering Sparks, because I'm gonna need to be on the run for a lot of this fight. So we're gonna set Sparks so that they'll just fight in spark range, and we will activate Blazing Weapon and such, perhaps. Well, no, Blazing Weapon won't help here because we can't get any good hits in. I will try to see if I can get to that checkpoint that's right there this time, because the fact that it's right next to where this fight's taking place bugs me. Because you would think you're meant to be able to make use of said checkpoint if it's right there like that. Especially considering the amount of hostility along the way here.
The hero.
Yep, nope, I can't get to it. Nope, I was early on that dodge.
The ally, the human magician.
Yeah, magician is the dangerous one. Wow, that attack still hit really hard.
The hero and his faithful ally tracked down a source of great evil and attacked it.
I went from having a lot of safe spots in this fight to not having much of any. Outside of waiting for the right openings in between the swordsman's attacks. But that's what the bonus from the splinters is for.
This evil was even greater than he. The hero's father joined them in their fight.
And now having 3 enemies in play at once, I gotta be even more careful. Thankfully, the vampire's attack is just duckable, so that's actually not that bad. I just gotta be on guard for the rest of the attacks at the same time as I'm avoiding that one. But I have a feeling that this is just a prelude to something else here. There we go.
In the end, they all failed to stop it. The entity hunted for even greater prey.
Okay. Well, we won. That actually wasn't that tough a fight. Uh-huh, that's what I figured, is that wasn't the actual Tome Mistress fight. Impale and execute. Stab forward with your greatsword. Okay, it's another greatsword or only move. Actually, no, it's our only greatsword only move, actually. Because we'd gotten a great hammer move before. We gained 3 levels out of that, so I'm starting to wonder if I'm like a little under-leveled. Because I've not spent extra time really much of anywhere. We've just been kind of trucking forward. Other than like doing the side quests, which I didn't do all of them. You know what? We can just immediately grab this with the points I have, so let's grab this before I forget that it's a concept. Because at the very least, it's still 5% extra damage whenever weaken goes off and whenever fire goes off, so it's not bad. We'll grab this so that we can start picking away towards our goal of getting Phoenix. No, I don't have enough points for it. I thought I had 1 more point left, but I can't count. But I suppose... I wonder... No, that doesn't make sense. I had a half-formed thought about factions within the castle here, and I don't think it makes sense. I don't think there's actually a significant faction issue here. I pondered for a moment whether the casters we've been dealing with in here were servants of the Tome Mistress in particular or not. Okay, that's the way back out of here. Yeah, as assumed, past the door here is where she is. Going down here was just a detour, or for lack of a better way of putting it. But then again, it makes sense that somebody who's all about puppetry and shenanigans like that would also be all about deceiving your opponent and pointing them the wrong way. Because I have to imagine that she's aware of the fact that Oberon ran into us and we survived the encounter with Oberon. Like, in order to have her keeping tabs and keeping Oberon under control, she would have to know what's going on in the castle at any given time. It begs the question, what is the Tome Mistress? Like, I presume she isn't necessarily a vampire. But I presume also that she isn't a witch, since supposedly there aren't very many witches around anymore. Unless that too was a lie. Just makes you think. Oh, there we go. A lock picked open the gold chest at the very least. So there's also a chest up there I could open with it, but the gold chests usually are the ones that have the best goodies in them. So I'm gonna go open the gold one. It was right over here. Hey, hop. And a hey, hop. Nope, wrong way. It's a shame you can't turn around on the grapple. He just lets go immediately. But with how far you swing, I'm pretty sure the grapple would have been losing its grip on the thing anyway. The Mindbreaker diagram. That does sound like a weapon that might work for us. Depends on if it's a Mindbreaker in that it's anti-mage, or if it's actually something that breaks things with your mind. Could go either way with that one, really.
It's locked.
Of course it's locked. It'd be a fool not to lock up everything, and with a thief like me on the prowl. I got distracted by the phantom. Because I saw that and went, no, 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 no.
Into my bag.
Grab the item. Is now that I have the item, I don't need to deal with these two. Goodbye. Discretion being the better part of valor. I fucked up the dodge. And then I did too many dodge inputs. I meant to dodge once, but finger twitch caused it to pull the trigger twice. And then everything went horribly wrong. It be that way sometimes. Hello everyone, goodbye. I have places to be. Ow. Hello again. Goodbye again. That plan did not work. If it weren't for the fact that that rune stays locked onto you, that would have worked. But now I just wasted the essence we had left, which wasn't much, so I don't really care. But fine, this guy wants to die. There. He's dead now. The gremlins I don't need to worry as much about. Though, now I'm in an awkward position, so I may as well just kill them anyway. Besides, I gotta recoup my losses somewhere.
Great.
That is worth more gold, because I can sell all their gear off. How do you get that item? This is not in either of these spots, so it must be like you go left from where we were over there. Yeah, part of the issue was I forgot that this was a grapple spot up here, not a grab the wall spot. Throw off my whole plan. I was really hoping he was gonna fall off the edge, so I didn't have to deal with him. Oh, we can drop down here. Yep. Whew. Another lockpick. Not gonna lie, I had real strong concerns that I was gonna miss the landing on that, and it was gonna be really bad for me. Not breakable either. Breakable. Aha! What? This is not where I thought I was going. Wait. No, but this is too far away from where the other one was. Oh good, I found another blood fiend. There they go again, reusing boss fights. Oh, he got me on the backswing there. Ooh, that's pain. If I'd realized he was gonna do an idle animation for a moment there, I would have just committed and recharged. Charged a little bit there. Heavenly Aegis is useless to us, but hey, it's cool. It's cool that we got that. Still doesn't explain how to get that one blue item. Let's have a look at the Aegis. There you go. You can make a magic shield now, so you don't need a real shield. Hooray. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad to find that. I'm all about finding all the actual unique things. But it bugs me that I still can't get to where that one item is. So maybe I dropped down too soon. Your beam is adorable. Here, this is a real beam. Where are you? There you go. What? Do I break through here? No. Where the fuck? Like, I know I'm delaying getting anything done, but This is bugging me. How do you get that item? No? Is there... Oh! That was the lockpick we picked up. It's not actually a separate spot with an item. Okay. That's just camera fuckery then. Fair enough. I'm glad I double checked. Otherwise, we would have been in all kinds of bother about that one for a while. Surprise! Oh. I meant to slap him, and instead I just dropped down and kicked him without actually doing damage. Which, to be fair, I'm sure he was very surprised.
Locked.
Oh, it's you two again. Okay. Coming through. I feel like I'm actually meant to be going up from there, but I'm curious about what's over here, since it's guarded by a lot of bad. Oh, this was a bad time to realize I had no potion charges left. Ah, that's what's over here. Okay. Oh no, I do have a lockpick to open this with.
Oh.
Invoker, Runestone, and Hammer of Judgment. That might also be a weapon we can use, though I feel like that's probably going to be a great hammer. Which makes it useless to us. Hi, big guy. Bye, big guy. Got places to be, people to see, and you aren't one of them. Goodbye. Right, they can shoot down. Right. So we die now. I had no healing items left that I could remember that I had for certain. So the hesitance got me killed. Let's quickly hop back to the witch tree and see about those diagrams we got before we push forth to the fight. I would not mind replacing the amnesia mace if either of these are an actual replacement for it. Yep, as expected, Hammer of Judgment's a great hammer, and it's primarily spirit, so not great for me. The Mindbreaker is a one-handed mace, but it's a spirit mace. Sad. It's actually not that helpful. Rip. You know, we haven't seen a regular sword recipe in a while either. I just realized. Like, we started with the Copper Straight Sword recipe off of a hidden room we found at the very beginning of the game. And we haven't seen a regular sword again since, as far as swords you can make. Let's get rid of some of the extra gremlin cutlasses we have. Some of the extra savage broadswords we have. Extra bloodbound cuirasses. Yeah, you sell a lot of ore, but you don't sell anything else. Yeah, we started with the Violet Blade by being a spellbinder. We found the Savage Broadsword, obviously. And then we got the Scimitar from Ulfar's quest with the Strange Ore. Which, it's interesting that the Strange Ore just makes a very physical default sword. You would think a weird ore would have made like a magic weapon of some kind. so far for magic damage, the only weapons we've been able to get, other than the Violet Blade, are these two maces, or some great swords, or this great hammer. None of these would let me use my relic, which is why I'm kind of stuck. Because it'd be rather silly to start going and using pure or melee damage when I've got a magic build. Just seems like a silly decision to make. I don't need to do that right now, no.
Inquisitor?
Oh yeah, we did get more potion stuff, though. So let's drop those potion recipes off, and more than likely the garden's done by now. Because for those that don't know, the garden over here actually grows in real time. So technically, if you really wanted to plant-wise, you could probably just plant a bunch of stuff and then idle. And all of it will keep growing. I have not done that yet. I might at some point. But I'm also starting to run out of seeds for the things I am actually interested in growing. Speaking of, let's make a few more minor mana potions, though we don't need them as badly anymore. We may actually want to, like, make some oils of elements that we're not able to manifest ourselves, like the astral oil. Is fire we have burning weapon for. Chaos we already have as part of our weapon to begin with. Same with fire, actually. Let's make a couple haste potions for when I really need to boogie through an area. I'd love to make a lot of health potions, which is why I started planting the cardinal leaves and the bog berries. We just can't make them right now. Overall, though, Alana's not really done that much for us, unfortunately. We have something for Reese as well, so let's drop that off with him. I don't remember getting a map fragment of the area we're in.
Have a small matter to discuss.
What's up?
As I said, I used to be the High Mage to the royal family in Drakiden. There are books hidden in my study. I would like them back. They contain spells that are pure destruction in the wrong hands. I cannot let them be my legacy and must destroy them.
Yeah, that makes sense. We can get that sorted out. I don't think we have access to the Citadel currently. Oh yeah, we have all kinds of questions to ask him, but I wanted to give him these things. Because for those that weren't here for previous sessions, how you upgrade your weapons is you slap the runes that Reese here can make in them. That's why we have enhanced magic damage on our amnesia weapon, for example, because I put a rune that made all magic damage on it stronger. He's also where you'll get your relics, which are the offhand that allows you to use any of the magic in the game, pretty much. But you have to have the right relic to go with your magic. Now it was... No, it wasn't Runestone of Blood. Invoker Runestone, there we go. Ooh! That's actually huge for us. Increasing the power scaling on a weapon could be incredible. Reducing the dexterity and strength scaling isn't great because, at least on Amnesia, for example, it has C+ strength scaling, which isn't the hugest deal for us, but it would be more ideal if we didn't lose that scaling. But I do think we'd gain more by that swapping. Yeah, the Starburnt Scepter's almost as strong for us as the Amnesia is. So if we slapped that scaling increase on here, I think it would actually end up stronger. So I think our Spirit's actually higher than our Strength, even if I haven't been aiming for Spirit at all. No, my Spirit is actually not great. Never mind. That was a previous iteration of this setup. So actually, putting the power scaling on the Nightfall would also be really good. So I don't know if it caps at S+. It might cap, so that might actually not do anything. Should be unfortunate. Okay, sort by diagram level. Perfect. Vitality, Warrior. Yeah, Wanderer would actually help us with that spirit problem, since both of these give knowledge, but at the same time, I could just get more power as well. Something I should actually be doing is probably upgrading my runes, since we've still been mostly using the same runes we already had. Like, the only one we changed was the one on the chest plate here. Our helmet one could probably do with upgrading to the one I was just looking at, the vitality. We would lose the strength bonus though, so yeah, actually I would want warrior then, and that just needs a little bit of copper ore, which he doesn't sell, but I know who does. So bear with me while I make a quick pit stop here, or in order to upgrade our helmet. It'd be nice to just replace the helmet entirely, but one problem at a time. I do appreciate that they sell most of the base materials of their crafts, so you don't have to actually go chasing after it all the time. It saves a lot of time. This also gets him up to level 9. We got a long way to go before we can get that Invoker Runestone, though. And of course, Brutality is the other side of the same coin, which would be great for a physical player. Let's see, I need to change this one. Yeah, it's just raising our stats by 2 each. Oh, I'm out of... Right, I straight up don't have any essence at all right now. Silly me, I forgot I didn't have any anymore. Thankfully, we have all of those consumable essences laying around. So, just eat 2 of those, and 1 of those. There we go, we have exactly what we need. There we go. And more importantly, the enchanting process gives him more experience as well, which helps us towards our other goal. But now we have 9 strength and 18 vigor, which is pretty good. We're actually under 70% equip load now, so our rolling is also improved. So that should help out a little bit. Right, because our dead stuff is still over there. I forgot I didn't grab that before going and running off to the witch tree. That's on me. I also didn't make new food, but we've not really been using the food as extensively as I thought I would be. There we go. Is we could be using all that pheasant meat and such to be making soup that would heal us over time. And it's not a bad idea to make, I just consistently forget that I have it outside of a handful of instances where it has saved us. But if we have trouble with this fight, and I feel like our back's up against the wall on that one, I may very well run back to the witch tree and make a bunch of food. I want the thing he dropped. No, it was just a claw. I was kind of hoping for an anima core. Oh, that didn't explode him nearly as well as I'd hoped. And there we go. So where exactly is our stuff? Right above here. Okay. Right there in particular, actually. Game, I would like to jump. Oh, I see what I did. The floor looked like it continued there, but it didn't actually. I pulled a sneaky on you. Bye, dummy. God damn it, I should have bought more lockpicks. That was the other thing. That was the thing I was thinking of and could not think of what it was. God damn it. So we could have opened all the other boxes? Huh. So that's how this is, huh? Okay. Oh, at least it's not that bad. Yet. I think we all know that it's gonna get worse. Shiny thing. Oh hey, there's the map fragment that I was pondering where it was. Oh boy. Nope. No touchy. Oh, okay, apparently some touchy. There we go. No more of that. Can't reach that ledge without jumping over here. There we go. Easily done. Wow, we haven't seen a skeleton spearman in a little bit. Wish I didn't see him at all, but you know. Oh, I was about to be clever. I was gonna drop the elevator on him. Dropping the elevator on him would have been really funny. I don't add people on Discord. Also, don't mean to alarm you, but you have the suspicious user label on you. And I think I know why, so let's just nip this in the bud, shall we? Boop. Yeah. Account created today. Yeah. Yeah. They really think people are gonna fall for that, huh? Like it boggles the mind sometimes with those spam scams like that. Like, nobody's gonna just roll in and immediately ask somebody that's streaming to add them on Discord to be a real fan. It's like, no. And even if somebody did that, very rarely does that lead anywhere good. Like, words have to have been exchanged to start that process. That doesn't just come out of nothing. I don't care what kind of claims they make of positive energy in the stream and everything. No, not believable. 0 out of 10, bad scam. And here's the thing, I would have given it a pass if the account wasn't created today. Not to mention the suspicious user flag being on it immediately. For fun fact, ban evasion. Can't imagine the bans they were evading. Oh wait, probably all the bans they caught for the scam that the bot was basically spamming out for people. It's a hell of a thing. And if that happens to be a real person, they're more than welcome to make an unban request. So I'll be honest, in this day and age, a name that kind of looks a bit punch keyboardy with half of it being numbers also isn't a good look. And maybe that comes off as harsh, but, you know, we don't live in an era of trust, really. Or, I should say, we live in an era where trust can be frequently ill-advised. That's the more accurate way to put it. I have made a grievous tactical error here. Thankfully, by the power of magic, tactics become irrelevant. Oh wow, we got him too. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, and one final note on that, because I can still read the message and nobody else can. The Discord name was 4 letters and a number, and none of those letters had anything in common with each other in any language. Just to add one last layer to that, because I'm just having such a laugh about that whole situation. Just incredible. There we go. Ooh.
I can feel the energy emanating from it. Might be interesting to read.
I should have seen that one coming. I absolutely should have seen that one coming. I just walked along and straight in the face. Let's drop the book off then, since I just caught an axe with my forehead. Reese, I got my head knocked in. Can the book fix my head? No? Damn it. Well, here, have the magic book anyway.
Need that book. Let me see it. I can translate this. Give me some time.
You got all the time you need, as long as you live that long.
Strange spells in that book you gave me. Let me teach you them.
Oh, hell yeah. Ooh, it's actually exactly the kind of spells I'm using. A fire spell and a chaos spell. Shadow Wisp and... what's the other one? Summon Imp. Okay. Also, I may or may not have forgotten to clean up the bounty quests. I knew I forgot something. My brain kept going, you want to load the game early today to do something. But my brain wouldn't finish the thought at any point. So I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing. Turns out I was supposed to get the bounty quests out of the way. But it's fine. We'll just plant a bunch of cardinal leaves. Oh, apparently you get other stuff from those plants too, because I don't think I planted any wheat, and yet we ended up with wheat. Huh. Well, okay then. No questions here. I probably just planted something randomly and it turned out to be another name for wheat. Wouldn't be the first time something like that's happened. Nope, I thought I could jump over it. And I think you can, I just needed to have jumped later than that. I mean, earlier, rather. Jumping later would have just meant the bolt would have been in my knee, and then I went, oop. Afterward, that wouldn't have helped anybody. I also probably should have checked to see if I can make a better Chaos Relic. I'm pretty sure I can. Pretty sure this is the best Chaos Relic I can get at the moment. Nope, don't run straight into the axe this time, you silly man. There we go. Because we know it's there now. Remember and respect the axe. Oh. You know, I'm surprised that that flying magic book was affected by gravity. We pushed it off the edge and it fell. But it flies. Why? What? Why? Why would a thing that flies fall? It was already flying. Huh. I'm gonna be stuck on that one for a minute, I'm not gonna lie to you. It just doesn't make sense. This looks important. Oh, it's because that's where you live.
A mortal enters the chambers of the Dome Mistress.
Uh-huh.
Is this the plot of the story? Or is a plot the reason for the story?
You know... Yeah, I think this is the right answer. For my story to continue, your death is necessary to the plot.
Revision. An assassin enters the chambers of the Dome Mistress. Lord Oberon has written a tale. But can the assassin finish it? The adversaries carefully consider their first move. The conflict begins.
Considering my current condition, I don't know if I'll be able to finish this story right now. Oh, that also makes a blast on the wall. Okay. Tracking fire laser. Okay. Oh, that's the same nasty rune that the other guys were doing. I don't like that. Oh, that's a close range spell. Okay. Keep that in mind. I do like that her whole shtick is book themed. Like, she's just spawning books that do things. Which is fitting, considering the name Tome Mistress. I'm out of healing, by the way. Oh, that reached, huh? Well, that's a shame. I shouldn't have tried that. I took the swing to try to appease Burning Blood a little bit, so that I wouldn't just burn out and die. But by stepping forward to do that, I put myself in an awkward spot. Because I ended up touching the poison, which I didn't think I would, but apparently I did. What I really am gonna need to do here is get through this area fast. I hate it here. I forgot the positioning of the axe again. I thought it was further in the room past where those guys were. I would have lived if I hadn't caught the axe with my face twice. But in order to retain my resources, I kind of need to rush past those guys. So I'm kind of stuck in an awkward catch-22 there. Problem is, that's exactly how that plays out, is I get shot in the back. Coming through, don't mind me. We're down 1 healing charge as opposed to multiple. So I think we made out better on that deal than we did last time. Oh, that's why I got hit. It makes a set of shots as well. It's not just a blast. That's why. Okay, she can do that at whatever range as well. Okay. Can't help but notice that she's just doing, like, nothing but poison attacks this time. So that's upsetting. Okay, and you can race the rune even against her, so that's good information. Magic must defeat magic. Oh, she's going for the fire version that time. I thought it was the beam is why I moved the way I did, and I set myself up for failure. That's fine. We're learning. The run to this fight kind of sucks, though, I gotta say. I really feel like they could have done a nicer job for that. This is just not a well-placed checkpoint. And it's not even the enemies that I'm saying that because of. I'm saying it because of the stupid axe. The axe is really the issue in that scheme here. Is it basically means I'm guaranteed to have to spend a potion before I get here. I feel like we're gonna be here for a little bit. I feel like this is a fight where I'm gonna have to try a few times. Okay, it was the blast again. I need to remember, she puts the book in front of her when, yeah, that's the forward attack. You would think I'd realize that, considering she points the book forward. Sometimes I'm not the smartest man in the room. And that's okay. Ow, that is less okay, though. Didn't even get much lead time as far as burning blood went on that one, but I think it's because technically we got hit twice. So it technically skipped the first set of overtime damage and then started the process anew with like 80 health left, which ticked down like instantly. Not ideal. Not ideal. I think my better choice is actually to kill these two. The eye is just kind of there. I'm not worried about the eye. Though this did not work out any better than dodging them did in this particular case.
Nice.
Oh, neat. I got a new robe. Probably not what I'm going to want, but I have it, I guess. This guy doesn't need to die, but it makes me feel better. That's good for more mana. It's basically just a better warlock cloak. But why would I wear that? Coming through. Alright, once more with feeling. Dodge that. When she does that, when she's further back in the room, it's really hard to avoid. Like, when she's in the middle here, it's actually piss easy to dodge. But if she's far over, it's awkward. You can't stay behind her, but she does the other one that she just did there. So you have almost like a no-win scenario as far as that goes. There's the tracking beam. And you just can't... If she's close enough to you when she does that burst, you just can't do anything about it. Because I hit roll the second the sound effect happened, figuring that would be close enough to when it actually occurred. But it just didn't work out. So that's a lesson, I suppose. I do wonder if I've missed another flask or something somewhere. And obviously, this is a case where a physical build probably would be doing a lot better, because they wouldn't have to worry about resource management as much. And if I fail the fight again, I'm probably going to just go make some healing food to make up for the lost resource. Because that'll absolutely take care of the problem as well. But we're gonna make it with all four this time, so maybe that'll make the difference. Doing the close burst. Doing the rune, so I just keep cooking. Standing in a safe spot, so I can just keep on keeping on. Away from her. I was mashing roll, but I didn't have enough stamina to make the second roll that I needed to. Nope, just keep cooking her. It's a shame that I can't make her hurt herself with her own beam. That'd be really funny. See, these are patterns I can do. Go ahead and shoot bullet patterns at me. I can do those. Oh, she's doing multiple lasers now. That's actually to my benefit, because the lasers were in a good position relative to me. Mana potion. I think we're in a good spot this time. I shouldn't have said anything, because the second I said that, I got blasted. And I'm willing to assume that she's gonna have another phase. Because even the enemies with split health bars like that have had an extra part afterwards.
The assassin delivers a fatal blow. To them, the Tome Mistress is only a chapter in their story. As with all good stories, the Tome Mistress is at the worst part. The last page. In her last moments, she takes comfort in knowing that all stories, all worlds, all lives will ultimately end in entropy.
Okay, so I guess that's what she was. She's a servant of the creatures of entropy that Oberon mentioned.
Dramatic. Until the last moment. Oh, how predictable. Nothing worse than that in a story. Is there?
You're one to talk about being dramatic, Oberon.
Not going to let me enjoy a dead foe at my feet even a little? Okay, here's your answer. You want to resurrect the witch. You will need one small ingredient. The heart of a dragon.
Not it.
That and, of course, an entire coven of witches to harness its power. Other than that, the spell is quite simple.
The heart of a dragon. Yes, it might work.
The whole Coven of Witches part might be a problem. I'm gonna assume he doesn't just have a heart of a dragon laying around.
Dragons are rare these days. Being protectors of this world, They were the first thing the forces of entropy targeted. But I believe one still lives in Drakeden Citadel.
That makes sense. I'm gonna try asking him to leave the people of Lockmere alone, but I feel like that's just not gonna be a thing that's gonna happen.
If you wish. But my kind needs to feed on blood. If not them, it will be someone else.
That's also the thing.
But you won't know them, so it won't matter. Will it? It's been a pleasure hosting you at my castle, Inquisitor. Best of luck restoring your wits. For both our sakes, I hope you do.
He has had a very unique voice. I don't know if I like his voice. Sometimes I like it, and then there's certain tones he hits that I just don't care for. But credit to the VA work here for at least hitting something very unique. Okay, we got an ornate door key, which I assume lets us out of here somewhere? Or does that just open the remaining doors in here that I couldn't open? Probably that. Apparently Drakeden Citadel's down there, which of course with a name like that, of course a dragon would be living in there. Oh yeah, you guys are still here, huh? Actually, I'm being silly. Let me go back in that room for a moment. Let me make sure there isn't something else in this room. There is nothing else in this room. Okay, never mind. No one can say I didn't try. We could warp away, though. So I don't have to run back through all those guys. And I do want to drop the map fragment off at the very least, so I can have info on where the other doors are. So yeah, let's just, you know, sneak our way out of there instead of having to deal with all that nonsense. And considering there's an ad coming up anyway, I can do a quick bit of bookkeeping during the ad. Like replacing my lockpick supply, for example. A real shame that I'm running out of seeds. Because you would think you'd get... Yeah, see, I'm getting carrots and things from all those other plants that I'm planting. Which is interesting. There we go, level 6 Gerald. I think there's some more stuff we can look at in the bestiary as well. I don't know if I'll go back right now for the things that we didn't have enough lockpicks for. Let's see. Banshee. We apparently got more info on Banshees at some point. Blood Eyes. Floats as Red Eyes. I've been there. One time I hung out with this band of musicians from Marquez. I don't remember much, but when I woke up several days later, my eyes were this red. Bloodbound Archer. I've always thought of vampires attacked up close and personal, but I guess some of them are too chicken shit to do that even in death. Supposedly the vampiric strength allows them to wield larger bows than any man ever could. Yeah, the only thing we're missing that they drop is the Bloodbound Bassinet, which I'm not going to worry about getting. Bloodbound Halberdier. A regular halberdier's annoying enough to fight. This one uses a supernatural agility to make the fray 10 times worse. We're missing most of the halberdier armor, but I'm not particularly worried about getting it because I don't think it's going to match what I want. Boombringer Gremlin we of course saw before, but we got more info on him. The Crimson Halberdier, so they were different. Seems like even among the vampiric soldiers, there's ranks. This one's even more deadly than the normal halberdier. As if the bloodstained armor wasn't a dead giveaway that this is not a fight to take lightly. The Dark Fire Imp, another species of imp, and possibly the worst one. Motherfucking imps. The Dungeon Keeper. What dungeon would be complete without something like this thing? Why can't it just be a large bullfrog or something? Always has to be some sort of unimaginable abomination or multi-dick skull-fucking demon waiting for you in the dark. This game is unique in how colorful these bestiary entries are, because I think Gerald's writing them himself, which is also why I'm trying to add a little bit of tone of him to it with how I'm reading them. Elder green slime. That's a lot of slime. It's just anything living that crosses its path. Don't make it bigger. Enchanted tome. Look, if you see a book and it's not lying still like the other books, just do you a favor and destroy it. Explosive grimoire. I like a good book, but I do not like the ones that explode. This one does that. Fortunately, it lets you know that it's about to explode by levitating before it explodes. So, if you see a book rise up into the air, don't try to read it and assume it will explode. Oh yeah, we just didn't even look at the bestiary the entire time we were in the castle, huh? The ferryman, a nice guy who'll take you across the water for a coin. Actually, not that simple. These are the undead servants of vampires, and the coins that they take are only given out by the masters. They will also turn that paddle on anyone they think threatens their master. Maybe think twice before you take that boat ride. Fire Imp we talked about before. Hollow Plate Sentinel. A knight that brings death to all that challenge it. Said to be as loyal to their makers as they were to their lords. Homunculi we just have more information on. Lord Oberon. The head vampire in this case, Lord Oberon of Briar Castle. An ancient vampire and expert on all things related to cheat and death. He leads an army of vampires and other creatures, but is supposedly kept in check by even worse overlords ruling within entropy itself. He is known to be reasonable if one has something of interest to him. Which worked out in our favor so far. The marionettes. The worst puppet show you'll ever see. These dolls are trying to kill you. Another way for the Tome Mistress to amuse herself. Putrid Ghoul. Yes, we have seen that. Rotburst we've seen. Sanguine Assassin we have not read yet. We've all heard of vampires, but apparently they have their own culture and unique abilities. It seems redundant to be both vampire and assassin, but my sources tell me that these killers were so good in life they were turned to protect their masters in death. Shadow Vein Sorcerer. Even in death, these vampires continue to hone their magical abilities. Everything you hate about the undead and mages in one incredibly fucked combination. Just missing the hood from that one. Scout and Lancer we just saw another one of. The Slave Master. Even if this thing is a bunch of animated parts, I think slavery's wrong and should be put down on principle. Fair enough. Striga we saw before. The Tome Mistress. Tome Mistress serves the Lords of Entropy, keeping Lord Oberon in check and putting on puppet shows for her own amusement. This being apparently feeds off the energies of stories and uses them to power her own strange abilities. That is still a neat idea. The Toxic Codex. This book flies and is poisonous. You'll recognize it by the flight and the poison. You know what? Fair enough. Twin Blade Gremlin. Yep, that accounts for all of our new bestiary entries. He doesn't have any new skill books for me, so it was just lockpicks to buy here. Exactly. 6 Night Stalkers, so we'll keep that in mind for later. I mean, it's a nice easy checklist when it starts flying around and spewing green stuff at you. You really know what you're getting into quite easily. If all things were that clear about their purpose, it would make life much simpler. I can't really get you leveled efficiently right now. I am going to make a couple more runestones of the Sage because I am going to use those. But that doesn't get him a level, so we're still not getting to level 11 for the Invoker runestone quite yet. We'll have to come back to that idea later. Yeah, mimics are funny that way.
Inquisitor, a moment. I have a tale to tell. Often, when it begins to weigh on me, I return to the road, but I have decided it is time another soul hears it. I was younger, barely a man, but already I like my drink. Every night I would put down my hammer and join my oldest friend Ulfin at the tavern. It was after many ales. Ulfin had offended me, or maybe I had angered him. Ulfin says to me, We must settle our disagreement like men and fight. He was a mighty hunter, and I had never brawled a man like that before. I'm being honest when I say I do not remember what happened next. My memory begins with me standing over Ulfan's body, his face smashed to pieces, my fists covered in his blood. I had no idea of my own strength or bloodlust, and it was a terrifying lesson of what I was capable of if I gave in to violence. To this day, I will not do harm to anything for fear of what I might become.
And this is what I was assuming his backstory was going to be when we encountered him to begin with. We encountered Ulfar here at the very beginning of the game, and his ox had been chased off by a bunch of wolves. Now, you look at this man, and you would assume he could handle some wolves. But he refused to go after them himself and was just hoping for the best for his ox. And we stepped in to take care of that for him. Now we understand in full detail why he wouldn't do any harm, because he can't. He refuses to. And honestly, understandably so.
There is something else I must ask. I fled my village in disgrace that night, and in my haste I left my tools my master had bequeathed to me. Of course, I can never go back, but I would like to hear news of Havali and have a small piece of my former life back. Do you think you could travel to Havali and return with this news and my tools?
Sure.
'Tis more than I should ask.
I'll fit that in somewhere whenever we end up at a Havali, because I assume we're going to end up there at some point. But yeah, to get back on the topic of mimics, they're very interesting, considering it really depends on the source you're working off of for mimics to begin with, just how ridiculous those can be. Because, like, there are cases in some worlds where mimics could be literally anything. And those are the really concerning ones. It's like, oh hey, is this chair a mimic? What about this door? What about this teacup? Is this gonna bite my face off when I try to drink?
I'm glad you're here.
Oh yeah, we have all the stuff for the coat now.
There you are. We'll look dazzling on you.
Thank you. I have other things for you to do, though.
Something I can assist with?
Or at least more things I hope you could do, but I thought I had another diagram for her. Turns out I don't. I will buy some more bandages, though. So, this coat. Oh. Well, I am immediately disappointed. The entropy life drain aura thing is nice, but only if we're actually going into the entropy portals.
You know. Do 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 do.
I think I understand what she's implying.
Oh, really? You can play the flute? Because I was just thinking of an ex-lover, amazing flute player. And I would dance and ask to hear it again, and then dance some more. Then I'd sacrifice the goose, and then there would be dancing. How I long to hear our song again. Could you help?
Yeah, I'll just ask every flute player in the world if they know your song. Let's not be too much of a smartass here.
I have no idea. Can't wait to hear that tune again.
Wonderful.
Hungry for some delicious gems?
The thing is, I don't know how to feel about the fact that when she went doo doo doo, I just assumed she was talking about flute playing. I actually was mostly on the right track with her thought process there. Like, it was obvious it was something music related, but that type of tune would only be more like a flute or some kind of air-based instrument. So it's like, okay, we're on a track here somewhere. And who knows if our Inquisitor here could play the flute. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. He was raised basically his whole life as an Inquisitor, so I'm sure he doesn't have that many fun hobbies, though. You know, killing whatever the Priest King tells him is pretty much his whole hobby. That's all he does. Not really the most exciting life when you put it that way, is it? It would be nice to be able to make these crust rolls, but unfortunately, he's not that good a cook, and isn't gonna get to be any better at the rate I have resources. So that accounts for all of that. We do have enough for an ability upgrade. I also probably should grab this. Not to mention, obviously, get our levels. Like, I could have leveled more if I didn't grab that Witch Lantern upgrade, but I think that Witch Lantern upgrade is going to be important. Now, which way do I want to go? Do I want Wildfire? That does spread burning, which could be nice. Or Surging Energy. Oh, the reducing mana cost could be nice, since I do mix melee into my magic, but I think that the spreading the burning would be the better choice for us. And, you know, more power. Always all about more power. Make the one more bronze bar that I can make too while I'm here. Make all the iron bars. We're not gonna have any coal left, but that's fine. Okay, yeah, I did look at all of that. That was the thing I wanted to double check, was whether I had done all of that already. And we can grab all these cardinal leaves, and then we'll get on our way. Oh good, I actually got some of these seeds back. We've been having a real bad run of not getting seeds back. That's why I have, like, no garlic cloves or anything anymore. We already picked up all of our new bounties. So let's see. Our main quest is to get to Dracodon's Citadel. But we do have a lot of backed up side quests right now. This needs us to go to Dracodon anyway. Where is Ulfar's town? I was assuming it was going to be over this way somewhere, but it doesn't appear to be. Is it over on this side somewhere? No, it isn't. Also, doesn't seem to be on the map at all, so it's probably very far away somewhere, and I'm not gonna look out into the darkness far enough to find it. I just had a thing kick into my brain, though. We might be in trouble with the Priest King again, because we didn't, you know, kill the thing we were supposed to kill. Might be a little bit of a problem that we didn't kill the vampire lord that we were supposed to go kill. Yeah. Yeah, awkward that, huh? This probably isn't gonna have a quest marker. Yeah, this doesn't have a quest marker, because why would it? Though, speaking of quest markers and things, I'm gonna pop back over to the inn over here and see if we finally have a job from the innkeeper here, who supposedly was gonna have a job for us. What? I went too far. This is West Wickham, not regular Wickham. And I could have walked, but I'm just gonna do that and pretend I landed where I was supposed to in the first place. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Buy something, will you?
Do you have anything I want? I was at one point gonna buy the Glyph of the Pyromancer from him, but at this point we have no reason to buy that. And I don't really have any need to buy the Barbaric Warhammer or the Claymore. Or the Heretic Shield. So the answer is not really. I'll buy some low-end potions just so I don't have to make them. And these will be a good secondary stockpile to have, just in case. The healing potions aren't going to do a huge amount, but the mana potions will actually still be a solid amount of our mana bar.
Inquisitor.
Yep, you still have nothing beneficial to offer me, other than me buying food that I can make now. Never mind. I'm going to assume that that was just a misleading piece of dialogue then, and just stop checking that. I do think there's one or two places that I didn't go grapple to that we could go check, but I think we're best served just by moving forward. Oh yeah, we never did find the father in Brer Castle, though, so maybe we should quickly get that done, because that's just over here, apparently. Yeah, let's get that out of the way before I go far away from here and forget that this is a concept to think about. Because there might be goodies down there anyway. Part of me wants to go grab those other chests as well. But I don't know if I'm that concerned about those, like I said before. And with only 6 lockpicks, I'm pretty confident I'm just gonna run out of lockpicks in the next area instead. And using them in the next area, currently to my mind, makes more sense. There's no guarantees that that makes as much sense as I would like it to. But it's an idea. Oh yeah, we still can't open this, can we? That's why we didn't follow up on any of this down here.
It opens from the other side.
Yeah, there's a whole opens from the other side scenario here that we have to figure out. And I think I was just like rushing through at the time because we were getting ready to wrap up that at that point. Huh. So it must be entered from somewhere else entirely then. Which is odd because there's no other pathways that look like they lead here unless there's something through the floor around here somewhere. Oh, guess we're gonna go check. Because we would have been able to like break through one of these walls if it was an obvious spot around here that did it. And you might be wondering, why aren't I teleporting back to that spot over there? It's because I want to check all the walls and floors and such along the way, just in case there's another spot between here and there. That's actually the answer. Like this door right here. The dungeon key that we got at some point leads us right here. This is why taking shortcuts doesn't always work out. I genuinely am not sure when we got that dungeon key. I think it was from one of the big guys, either the slave master, probably was the dungeon master. That would make the most sense. Who was nowhere near the dungeon, I might add, so he's not doing a great job. But I thought that ledge was gonna protect me. It didn't. Anyway, one melted vampire later. I was trying to blast him, but I keep forgetting I can't laser in the air. But, okay. Wasn't sure that was gonna reach. That would have been very unfortunate. Gonna need a lot of arcane cores, so I'm always happy to grab those. Because that's where runes come from. Going up a hole. Huh. Doing a regular jump for that, I wasn't convinced would make it. And that opens this door. which is where the Dungeon Master was. Okay, you know what? That all suddenly makes sense now. Now, for those that are wondering why I didn't put these thoughts together before, bear in mind, I did the Dungeon Master fight a few days ago. Like, this is split in over multiple sessions. And I do other things in between. In this particular case, we had a full repo session and a session of Legend of Dragoon in between. So, things are going to evade me on occasion. Ooh. There's a lot more going on in here, huh? Glad I came back. We would have missed out on this whole side area here, or otherwise. And I'm always interested in a weird lab. And of course, vampiric castles always have weird labs.
I think I'll take this.
Okay, you can't roll dodge that. I didn't figure I could, but I wanted to try. There's gonna be a boss fight in there. We'll come back to that thought in a second. Top up my health. That seems sketchy too. There's this jerk hanging out up here, but he's not relevant, doesn't seem. Oh, this is the upper section of the Dungeon Master room. Okay. That solves that mystery at least, but we can't get across there right now. And let this be a lesson that I keep forgetting for everyone. Remember to use markers. Place down labels so you remember where things are when you encounter anything of interest in games like this, especially this game, which actually lets you use markers. Usually I'm pretty good about that. In this game, I just have not, for some reason, had the presence of mind to pay attention to that. And I think it's because the exploration really hasn't been that heavy in this. Like, there's been things to explore for, but it's not been, like, a huge deal. Okay, magic potion seems like something I want. We had a lesser magic potion before, and it's not actually a mana potion. I believe that's the one that adds chaos damage to your weapon. Okay, what's with this guy just dangling here? I don't really see the point. Is he just part of the decor? If so, you know what? You do you. Oh, this just had a crystal flask. Remember when I said I was suspicious of the fact that it felt like I was supposed to have one more flask charge? Yeah, I was supposed to have one more flask charge because it was just sitting right here. Somehow it always ends up this way. Oh, another Mandrake root. Yep, gonna have to fight you, huh? Okay. I'm gonna have to fight every Mandrake root from now on, aren't I? Oh, I misjudged that one. Ooh, I thought that was gonna miss. There we go. Thankfully, these are really not a threat to me anymore. They'll hurt me, but I can dispose of them pretty easily with just beam power. But hey, more entropy material, so that's good. That'll get us another skill upgrade. Be nice to upgrade my own skill, but that's gonna take more time than we have. Okay, I need to make my way back down into here, though. Because we have gone very far away from where I was trying to go. The lab was definitely worth going to, though. Oh, but there's that up there, too. Wait, actually, that doesn't make sense, because we dropped down... Oh, wait, no. No, it does make sense that that's there. Just ignore everything I'm babbling about. I sometimes know what I'm talking about, and sometimes it's times like right there where I don't actually know what I'm talking about at all. Or do I? I do know what I'm talking about, because I have no idea what the game's on about with this being a path. Because this isn't breakable. Because the only route would be to drop down here, and that takes us all the way down here. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing for that one. Something to come back and figure out in the future. Because it may very well be a case of we don't know how to do that yet. Like, we may be missing something that would allow that to be a thing we can do. Do I care about the volatile conduit? Theoretically, I feel like I should care about that because making our discharge do damage would mean I actually use it. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab that. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep ignoring it, and it's gonna sit there and nettle in the back of my brain. And no one wants nettling in the back of their brain. It just gets itchy and weird, and it's uncomfortable. This is probably the fastest way to get back to where we were, though. Because the door is right here. Why do I have a Discord notification suddenly? Oh, thanks, Discord. Thanks for showing as a complete gray blank screen. No, it's not an important notification. Why are you sending it as an add everyone, then, if it's not relevant to everyone? Sometimes I feel a strong compulsion to smack people when they just make giant posts on their Discords that only are relevant to like 5 people in there. But they still use an add everyone or add everyone adjacent type ping. And I get that that's probably just like pet peeve level issue, but just drives me up the wall. In my mind, it's on the same kind of tier as any other means of wasting my time. Because I now have to deal with your random ping in order to get it out of my way. And it would have taken seconds of time to just send it in a different way. I feel like this is gonna kill me. Nope. So I suppose probably not everybody has layers of roles to only send things to the specific people that things are relevant to as well.
On the key. I've seen this before. But where?
Well, that's great and all. Unless it was the key to this room. Surprised he's alive. Oh, that's why. Because he's not really alive. Well, that's gonna be a bad story to tell the kid later, huh? Oh, and he gets away.
It fled.
Joyous day. I get the feeling there's gonna be a tragedy when we get back to where they live. Is the escaped vampire father is going to have gone home. And I think you can make the immediate connection of what's gonna happen there. Assuming I'm correct about that. We may get there before him somehow. And then maybe the story will have a happy adjacent ending.
Shiny.
And I say happy adjacent because I don't think that there's going to be any way where this has a happy ending. And like that didn't have a happy ending because for some reason he didn't grab the ledge, even though he smacked his face into it. Video games. We had that ledge grab problem even in the demo, and for some reason it just never has been fixed. This is still suspicious over here too, but I'm just not gonna drop down there right now. Because if I drop down there right now and it actually kills me, well then all of that stuff that's on that corpse is gone. And that's just inconvenient. Burn, baby, burn. Ow. You were supposed to burn, not punch me. You did not follow the request correctly. I really thought I underjumped that, and I was going to be very upset. You know, nothing about this idea seems like a good idea anyway. Let's go down on this side instead, where we'll get closer to the ground. And maybe that's just my fear of heights kicking in, but common sense also told me dropping down into sight unseen is never a good idea, even though we'd been down here before. Like, just dropping into void of any kind just never sits like a good idea. Just never seems like a good plan. Yes, yes. Make smaller U's. I melt the smaller U's. And then we all carry on as if nothing happened. It's probably not a grapple point, so I need something else to get across there. Boss fight? Close enough. It was one of those, this is too big and empty and obvious a room. There had to be a trap. And lo and behold, it was another one of these jerks just hanging out. Wait out the gas. Don't want to walk through his poo gas. Come on. There we go. I'm not sure how the beam killed the flyer, but I'll take it. Another one of you? Okay. Joke's on you. I'm getting low on mana, which means I hit harder. All of this just opened a door. And this was just the door that we found to begin with down here. Great. Great, I love that for me. This was very useful. So, I guess that was a whole diversion for not much, huh? Like, that's a way back up, but why would I go through that? Curiosity's strong within me right now. I'm very curious to see if I would survive jumping in that. But I'm not gonna do it. Common sense is stronger than curiosity at this exact second. And I think it's mostly just the fact that it's kind of annoying to get down here that keeps me from indulging my curiosity. Because otherwise, I think we all know I would have just hopped right down that pit like nothing. Huh. There's a set of ledges there. But how? You would have to get to them from here, the area above me. It's the only way. Well, it's the only logical way. It's not a guarantee that there is, in fact, no other way. Just the only way that would make sense. Right, they leave behind a poison cloud. I completely disregarded it because up till now it hadn't really been a problem. It's very funny when I end up spreading burning to one of these guys that I had forgotten was there. Oh hey, we accidentally did the Night Stalker bounty. Yeah, see, right here is the pit I was just looking at that had all the grab points right here. Why did you skip that grab point? You were supposed to grab that. That way I could have demonstrated that it was the exact same spot. But no, you demonstrated it by falling on your face instead. Goddamn butter-fingered Inquisitor idiot over here. Just keeps dropping himself down holes. Not listening to instructions. That would have been bad if I'd run out of stamina. You know, game, it's kind of rude when you just keep popping those axes out of nowhere. Gotta say. Just walking along, whack. Just minding my own business, whack. I tried to jump up and whack him. Because I was going to go minding my own business, whack, one more time. But the jump failed, so the bit just didn't even start. I mean, that would definitely foil somebody being an adventurer. Certainly more than an arrow to the knee ever would. There we go. Hup. Get my stuff back. And the thing is, I'm pretty sure I was too focused on this pit and I would have just seen the axe there to begin with. Unless I just happened to be timed perfectly to fail there, which is not an impossibility for me. My good luck only comes in at important things, not small things like not getting hit in the face with an axe. But the Blade of Despair definitely sounds like it might be useful. Assuming it's not a set of knives. Which, since it's blade, I'm gonna hope that it's only one. But we had multiple items that sound like only one be twin knives in this game already. I don't like this. Okay. Some Prince of Persia level nonsense there. Oh, we don't actually even need to go here. This is where we went before. Let's go see about that Blade of Despair then. Because it might be my new main weapon. I mean, I feel like most people would be rather upset if they got stabbed. It is a one-handed sword. And it is a power scaling primary sword, so yes, this is our new primary weapon. And it does magic crit chance, which is perfect for us. It's faster, but it's a little heavier. Less stamina cost, though, which is gonna be great. It's a little upsetting that it is power scaling, but it doesn't have chaos damage. It only has fire damage. But that's okay. We just need to get Ulfar a level. And obviously get some more steel, but steel's easy right now because what we do is we just buy, you know, an entire mine's worth of coal over here. Buy some more iron ore for fun. Now, if we go on down here... Oh no, it ended up here now because it moves. Just convert all that iron into steel. Boom. And that was a level 10 weapon, right? Or was it 11? Level 10, perfect. There we go. We shall wield the power of sadness against our enemies. It's actually a pretty sick looking sword, too. Way faster than that mace ever was, but if a sword was slower than a mace, I would have a lot of questions. Plant some more of that. Plant some deadly nightshade for color. There you go. Now, we might have to do some shenanigans to get Reese to the level I need him to be for us to change the scaling on this sword, though. Unless I just slap magic damage on it, like I've done for the other one for now. Because it would only raise the... Hey, 15, how's it going? Just doing calculations. Don't mind the smoke you're seeing coming out of the ears. Everything's fine. Oh, I do have a better Chaos Relic. I just never bothered to make it. Probably didn't have what I needed at the time. That's what we just got, the Runestone of Poison. We're just trying to get him to level 11 so that we can make the Invoker Runestone. Raise the power scaling on that sword. Then everything will get better. He says, only partially lying to himself, but you know, don't worry about it. It will be fine. Everything's gonna be okay. Yeah, these minor runestones don't help at all at this point. I could make a bunch of Ember Veils, but that'd be a huge waste of material. Yeah, I think he's just at that awkward level where we can't really make him better in any easy way. Like, we'll probably have to just make the better runes, which we will end up using most of these better runes anyway. But I can't make that many of them. Thankfully, there's an easy solution to that. It's time to go do more commerce. Oh yeah, let's turn in the bounty as well. There we go. Great way to do commerce by getting basically twice as much money as I just had.
Something you need?
Yes, I would like a bunch of your copper ore. For magic purposes. Ask no further questions. It will not make sense anyway if I explain it to Ulfar.
Show you?
And now we can make a bunch of runestones of the warrior. Which, as I cycle through chest armor and head armor, we're probably going to be using some of those at least. But that gets him to level 10. Does level 10 allow me to do something that'll get him leveled faster? I don't really need these fangs and this blood moss. I don't really need bleed chance at all, but it's still easier experience for him. So we'll make some of those. The Flame Crest is a very good fire relic, so we will make one of those for our fire set. Runestone of Vitality, do I care about that? Not really. We'll make a Runestone of Poison for fun. Stellar Radiance would be a good chunk of experience. We'll run out of feathers, but I don't know if that's that big a problem. Delicate Runestone's an interesting one. That would need feathers. But it only can apply to head and chest, and my head and chest items are not usually that heavy. We're never going to use the Stellar Radiance, but I'll make it anyway. Just because the good relics are worth a good amount of experience. Would actually make it very easy to level him if he would just let me merge these cores. But we can't do that yet. Don't really want to run that low on these resources, but I think that's just going to have to be how I do that. That made, like, no experience. There we go. Now I can make the thing I was trying to make. Except I don't have enough of the other things anymore. Amethysts are gonna be the problem. Oh, I'm also broke. I didn't realize how much money I spent doing that. It's easy to not notice the money going down in this game. Well, that's a shame. This entire plan has now just suddenly backfired in an inexplicable way. I have flawed amethyst. I might be able to do something to make these into real amethysts. Otherwise, I have to go grind an iron node and hope for the best. At least it tells me where to find it, but I'm not gonna go chasing after that right now. Oh. We'll worry about finishing that thought later, then. Let's finish up the quest we got going on here. Our closest path is just dropping in up here. Onward and downward. We're way stronger than we used to be, so this shouldn't be too big of an issue to get through. Because we've basically been fighting things like this for a while now. I'm not even gonna bother magicking him, I can just swat the fire imps. Used to be these homunculi were the dangerous thing, but they're not really even a concept for us anymore. Hey kid, your dad's a vampire. Hey, what do you know, they're all dead.
You found him. So happy to see him. One last time.
Welp. That's about how I expected that to end. And I guess that's just not gonna get resolved. The vampirized father just runs off into the night and is never seen again. No, that's the problem. He returned for a moment and never again. Never again. Whoop. Awkward. There we go. Why didn't I follow through up there? Oh, right. I can't get there from here. I actually would need to come down. An emphasis on the dry, unfortunately. We do still need to use one of the idiot vampire hunter's weapons if I want to close off that side quest, but I don't know if I care enough for that one. I think that one just gets abandoned. Oh, hey, there's the gremlin bounty. I was wondering about that one. So it felt like I should have completed that one by now with how many of them I had to clear out getting to the Tome Mistress. Oh, it's over there. That's the problem. Well, missed the land again. This is why you gotta learn to stick the landing. Not stick yourself to the floor. Oh, he blew up first that time. At least my stuff's just right here. How do you get there? Like, we still haven't solved that mystery. Like, I kind of filed it under, oh, there's probably going to be a grapple point that I just didn't spot, but there isn't one. And I just tried to use the grapple and nothing happened. Just in case I'm blind. Yeah, who knows on that one? I guess we'll just have to come back later to figure that situation out. But either way, we're over here for a different reason anyway. And it's not this lady. Didn't drop anything. Okay. We want this elevator. This elevator will bring us down on here, which allows us to get there. But there's also grappling hook. Ow, that was just for a little bit of money. Which we do need money right now in order to finish the thing we're trying to do for our upgraded rune, so I'm not opposed to this idea right now. One series of elevators later, I need to go back up. Because we actually need to hop off early to go over here. This is the only way we can currently get up here. I don't even know if I can actually do this. I don't remember if this was a grapple point or not. I'm just kind of hoping. It was. Ah. I see you up there, bomb boy. You're not clever. All of that for a lockpick, huh? Well, I do need more of those. I admit to still being disappointed, but I'm less disappointed than other options. We can turn in the bounty, but I don't think that'll be enough money. Let's turn in the bounty just in case it triggers the next one anyway. I'm not 100% if those cycle that way. But hopefully this will mean that I have enough to make the improved scaling rune. Oh wow, the gremlin one was worth a lot actually. This might actually work out then.
I've crafted new runes.
I wish you weren't lying to me about that. Okay, so I needed... Where is it? There we go. I need 2 greater anima cores and 2 amethyst. So we can make the 2 greater anima cores. I just need 2 amethysts then. Let's go check with our gem maker. See if she can actually make amethysts or sells amethysts. And then we should be in business to make the rune. Or she still wants me to go find somebody that'll play the flute for her. Oh yeah, we have another flask charge anyway.
Extra special with this. Do you want me to? Yes. Okay.
Yes, she sells amethysts and flawed amethysts. Perfect. I'm gonna buy an extra amethyst. 5 flask charges now, and we'll have a higher power magic sword. This is when I find out that where we're going, everything's resistant to fire, and I just die a little inside and a lot outside. Go ahead and just harvest the cardinal leaves and plant them again. 'Cause I'm not particularly concerned about the deadly nightshade.
Show you?
Don't mind me just doing Inquisitor Farm Simulator occasionally. There we go, Invoker Rune. Now let's see if this was actually worth it. Ooh, it actually does add spirit scaling straight up to it. Okay, so that actually does add a decent amount more damage. Not as much as I'd hoped for. but it does mean I don't need to worry about my strength stat, like, at all with this weapon. His C plus down to D means it really just doesn't matter at all. But the scaling going down is kind of the thing I was worried about with that. Oh, I spent all the work to make it, though. We're gonna do it. Okay, now wielding our magic sword, we shall step forth to oppose. Oppose what, though? I don't know yet. Something. Just gotta hope we don't get thrown through time. Like, our main quest objective is just right over here. But I don't know how we're meant to get there. It's like, all this is closed off. This is all dead ends. Unless there's something, like, down in here. Part of me's like, maybe it's an entropy gate thing again, but there's not a new entropy gate to use either. So maybe it is just, like, go to the right down here in this section of the castle, and maybe there's a path that I didn't see. So we're going back in here again. Guess what? We're going back. So let's see, I need to go left and down here, from here, down the hole. Whee! Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Got that already. Whee! Thankfully, fire is at least really effective against these stupid plague rats. I'm betting this is gonna be a case of it's as simple as I just didn't follow through on a path that I saw. And that's why this whole thing was a mystery. Or that key I just got was actually necessary, which would be very funny, actually. But I think I just didn't go this way. Oh, wait.
Poor guy.
Mercurian Delights.
Maybe Graham will be able to use it. Just need to wipe the bloodstains from it.
Okay, so we got a fancy recipe for our cook to use. And this didn't actually lead anywhere. So now I gotta figure out how I got into this room here, then. The problem with a lot of these layer 2 areas is it's not exactly super clear where they connect, unless you get the map fragment for the area, which somehow I still don't have the map fragment for this whole large section of the castle. I have the map fragment for the dungeons that I didn't give to Gerald yet, but I don't think I have a map fragment for the castle proper, because I just somehow missed it somewhere. There must be a door or something around here. Probably this door right here. Because usually the doors are close. Oh, right! This isn't going to help either, because this is one of those speed sections. I should do it anyway, though, because it might give me something useful. Now that I'm in less immediate death jeopardy going in here. Well, I say that, and then I get lasered basically to death. I should have reacted quicker to that, but I was caught in between thoughts on that one, because if I dropped down, I probably was gonna die to the roots trying to drink the potion. So I hesitated, which just guaranteed that I would die to the roots trying to drink the potion. It's just unfortunate across the board in those speed rooms. If you take damage, you're just kind of SOL. Apparently I never went over here either.
Nice.
Oh, hey, the Ring of Might. Doesn't really help me, but, you know, it's there, I guess. And that connects this up. Right, because we jumped across here and then we fell. So I never ended up coming back for that. Because I didn't realize that that gap was there at the time, I don't think. Because now and then, you know, you just miss things. Kinda like I missed a few jumps today. Let's get on back down to where we just were. Which means jumping down the hole. You know, jumping down the hole, regretting your life decisions. All part of the balanced breakfast. And if that sentence makes sense to you, I am concerned about you. Deeply concerned. Because that's not supposed to make sense. One day I will stop having those imps throw fire in my face. Those guys are great. They're not great at their job, but they're great. Doing this bit again. Good news, anybody that was in the ads, you didn't miss anything. I'm back here anyway. Oh, it didn't re-trigger immediately. Interesting. I'll just heal through that. That's fine. Not what I was trying to do at all. I was trying to grab that ledge, but he didn't wanna. There's the problem right there. Thankfully, these things aren't that bad to deal with. They're just kind of tedious. And then we get a reward. We've also learned the rake spell.
I'll take this.
Wildwood, Periapt, and the Prism Signet. What does the Prism Signet do? Essence Prism Signet. I guess it's the Essence Prism Signet? I mean, it is extra essence gain, which is nice. Oh yeah, I forgot to swap for the Chaos Shard. Wait, it said this was a higher spell buff. Oh, it is. It just doesn't show green on this screen for some reason. Fair enough. We have extra mana now, which will be helpful. I put it on the wrong set because I'm a silly man. There we go. Put the flame crest there because that's the one that belongs there. I wondered why the thing in my hand didn't change. Silly, silly me. Oh, we did get assassin bracers at some point. The move speed is tempting. Not gonna lie to you. Move speed is always tempting. Some proper health potions in case things go sideways. I have so many potions that I made that I just have not been using at all. And our little razor leaf spell here, which does exactly that. It throws some leaves and then you can pull the leaves back to you, which is kind of neat. You know, cool party trick. We really don't have many wild old relic spells. Like, I thought we were bad off with Chaos at first and Fire, because we weren't getting many of those, but wild relics are the ones that are left behind the most. It seems like you actually have to do these speed rooms for your wild spells. Which makes sense, but it's really unfortunate if that's something you're not good at doing. And you happen to choose who's a wild keeper. You're gonna be stuck with the same batch of spells for eternity. Well, aside from the couple you can buy, and I presume there's a couple that are quest rewards as well. We just haven't gotten them yet. But the thing is, this still doesn't bring us any closer to getting where we're going. Unless maybe this is a weird case of, like, I have to go away from here to come back here. That, too, wouldn't make sense. Like, maybe I go, like, higher in the Gravseep Swamp in order to go to the right. But that would be rather silly. And we weren't really given any information. We just know that Dracodon Citadel's in the frozen north. Well, either way, let's go drop off this recipe and see if some information comes from that. Obviously, it won't be information pertaining to getting further forward, but...
Don't ask me to fry anything.
What if I asked you to fry everything?
Let me see. Uh-huh. Oh. Okay. So what we have here is a dish fit for a king, as that might be the only person rich enough to hire someone to acquire some of these ingredients. So, here's the deal. You find this list of monster parts and exotic spices, I'll make the dish. But I've got to warn you, some of the stuff is pretty revolting. So, it may look better than it tastes. And from the description, it sounds like it looks like shit.
I gotta love how he describes it as a meal fit for a king, and then tells me that it looks and sounds like it'll taste like shit. Which actually matches rich diets to a certain degree, because they'll eat something for the novelty of it, and it'll be garbage.
You did, huh? Let's give it a go, then.
Apparently I just had the stuff, so there you go. It might be starting to storm. I just heard a rumble.
Challenge, even for me. I don't know who came up with that recipe, but they were either a genius or a masochist, or both. Anyhow, I would try it, but I draw the line at goblin scrotum. Enjoy.
Well, when you say it that way, I'm not sure I'll enjoy it. Peculiar broth, and now we just have the recipe for the peculiar broth. But what does it do? That, to my mind, is the most important question. Ah, there we go. 200 health and 200 mana over 2 minutes. You know what? You know what? What I'm gathering is this broth is medicine. Because it tastes awful but makes you feel better. Oh. That's what he considers wild ingredients? It's just a pheasant broth with garlic. I mean, the ichor's a little weird. And then it's just got sage in it. That's not that wild. I was expecting, like, I don't know, the pancreas of a goblin mixed with a head of a vampire combined with the forelimbs of a werewolf or something. But even that is mostly just meat, so that wouldn't be that out there. I think I think our cook's just a little too delicate for his own good.
I'll take a look, sure.
He didn't restock lockpicks. Sad. We could buy Firebolt, but I'm probably still not going to bother buying Firebolt, because we're not going to use it. And now we actually have more context for the dungeon. But see what I mean? It is just the dungeon, though, that has the context. There is a door down there that we didn't open. But I don't know if that's relevant. It might be. But I don't think it is. In case people missed why I'm even pondering this so much, it's because of where our current main quest objective is. Right below the castle. But we can't get there unless it's through that door. Because we did get context on this side. Yeah, this door must be the answer. Like, that's the only thing that's left, is it has to be this door. Barring it being a long roundabout trip from some other part of the map. Which is possible. We have that one spot I pointed out. That could be it. There's something else that's bugging me as well. We have yet to go back over into that forest that I poked my nose into. Past West Wickham. Even though we've had access to that area for so long. Like, obviously we can access more of it now because we have the grappling hook. It's just a weird situation that that area even just was so accessible but not usable. Things like that always bug me a bit. Because I'm one of those people that tries to logic out what the creators were thinking and what their methods, for the most part, are. The less sense their methods make, the harder it is to do that. And maybe to them this all made perfect sense. Because they have the context of everything that they intended. Yeah, the strange key may very well open this door. Maybe that's what would have necessitated... Oh, right, the ornate door key that we got from the Tome Mistress. That's what opened that. Okay. And I still don't know entirely what the strange key was for, unless that is what opened the man-turned-vampire's door. Which is not going to narrow it down at all, now that I say that out loud. Because most vampires are person-turned-vampire. Or as it turns out. They don't just generate from nothing, for the most part. Oh, you did find your way back up. Isn't that great for you? Shame that you're dead.
Loot. Nice.
Royal Guard. That's probably a shield. You know, I don't think it was worth it coming back for that. But since we were here, I figured I may as well not leave that chest unopened. Oh, hey. All of that and we're in the entrance hall now. Kind of weird that the front gate looking area we came from didn't lead to an entrance hall. Because we walked through this whole nice courtyard to get into here in the first place. Well, I say nice looking courtyard. It probably looked nice before the vampire thing happened to it. Well, that lockpick replaces the one I used at least. This seems like a bad idea. Hiya! You know, I said it seemed like a bad idea. Yeah, that axe over there confirms that this was not my finest of plans. Oh, you bastards. I saw the pit, but there was no chance for me to react in time. Oh, this is brutal. This is fucked up right here. This right here, this is fucked. I see what you need to do, I think. But I really don't like it. Because I think the bit there is that you're meant to wait for the opposite position of that axe to what I just did. Run with it behind you, jump so that the other one will be out of your way as well, because of the axe being behind you, and just hope for the best. That last part's where it doesn't sound so good, but it's probably necessary. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, that's even more unfortunate. Yeah, because the animation didn't complete fast enough, so I was just screwed. Not even sure what I was supposed to do in that situation other than not get stunned in the first place by where I landed. Well, there went all that essence. Good thing we didn't need that. What do you mean I needed that? No. It'll be okay. It's totally fine. Of course, now these fights are just going sideways.
Great.
You know, the fact that this guy can keep being excited about these savage broadswords. I wish I could be that. And just be excited about the same things over and over again. Like, that must be just a magical existence to be like, yeah, the same thing again, woo! Fuck this shit, I'm out. What I should have just done in the first place. Was this guy here before? I feel like he wasn't here last time. Did I go the wrong way? I can't look at the map while I'm fighting this guy. It doesn't pause. No, we are on the right spot. I must have just taken like one step over here more than I did last time. And that's what set him off. Nope, there is definitely a storm coming in. So, if everything suddenly goes poof, I may have lost power. I don't think I will, but it's always a possibility with these storms. Stranger, this corpse in front of you belongs to Isla Brer, the daughter of the true Lord of Brer. In protest of Lord Oberon's attempts to transform me into a member of his coterie of the damned, I have taken poison that is already working its way through me. I ask you, kind stranger, please take my remains and give them a proper burial in the garden where I spent most of my days. It is too late for the rest of my family, but I would rather take my own life than become like that wretched creature that has ruined our lives. My sincere thanks, Isla Brer. You know what? Fair enough. That is probably the only way she would have been able to avoid vampirism. Apparently I cannot talk to the spirit that's floating there. But now we gotta go find a spot in the garden to bury that. Oh, I mean, we're heading towards the garden in question, so that's convenient. In true protagonist fashion, we're ending up doing so many random things along our adventure here. And I'm fine with it, because I don't mind doing random things. It helps spice up the travel. Oh, that's just rude. Like, you would have to have preemptively jumped off that ladder to not get chopped in that situation. There's a phantom behind me.
I'll take this.
I'm glad I'm attentive today. Otherwise, I would have completely missed that phantom being there, and it would have been awful. Good joke, game. Good fucking joke. So I'm guessing the lever to open this one is on the other side, where I just died from the axes before. And the reason why I say good joke there is because it basically means you have to go through the axe segment. You can't get through that door otherwise. Oh, that's so mean. Oh, it's so funny, but so mean. Like, now and then I have to tip my hat to what I would basically say is a developer middle finger. Because that definitely is one of them. Like, oh, you thought you were being clever by going around the problem, huh? Well, joke's on you. That doesn't work. But, you know what scenario for that would have been worse? It would have been worse if I had gotten there the first time and ran into that locked door. Which we were basically there. If I'd gotten past that other axe, we would have been at that locked door that would have also just been, haha, you can't go this way. But I would have been able to pull the lever, and it would have been solved this time, instead of me having to go back through and do it again. So that's upsetting. So who's excited about me getting hit in the face with an axe again? I know I'm not. But I'm sure somebody out there will be happy. Yeah, because I think we need to have this axe be behind me. Yep, easy. A little knowledge goes a long way. And in case what I did there doesn't make sense, I operated on the assumption that those both were going to be on the exact same path. On the basing that purely because of the fact that the axe was in my way when I arrived there, based on where the axe that had killed me originally had been. It was a big assumption, but it basically had to be true. Is all axes other than that have operated that way? Oh, hey, it's the things we fought in order to... Nope, these are different.
Looks like the right spot to lay her to rest.
There's already a convenient hole here. There you go.
Rest in peace. At last.
In particular, I don't mind doing things like that. Giving people their proper burials and laying their spirits to rest and such. It just seems like a decent thing to do, and it doesn't really cost me anything. Especially when it's right there on our path like that. The wolfsbane. We do need to go back up to the room there. We never did grab the essence from there either. Let's go back now before I forget. Now, there is going to be one catch to going back now, though. I already touched the checkpoint, which means all the enemies are back. But we don't have to go back through the axe segment anymore since we opened the other door. Means this jerk is back, though. Ow. I hate it here. I was pretty confident I was out of the radius of the blast there. Boy, was I wrong. In case anybody's like, why did he just take that like a sucker? The answer? Because, well, I was a sucker, but not for the reason you might think. There are unfortunately many reasons why someone's a fool all at once sometimes. Thankfully, we can just warp back after this. In fact, why am I even fighting this guy? Get me out of here. There we go. Enormous coalesced essence and a blue book. Blessed weapon. I presume that adds astral damage. Yep. 15 damage. It's flat for 30 seconds. Each attack increases the damage bonus up to 10 times. So it'll add up to 45 as long as you can attack fast. There's probably a move with that combined with, like, knives or something, so you can attack as fast as possible. Like, just be an astral assassin. Also, let's go and get the map for the gardens before I run off too far. Because we have the map fragment already, we may as well turn it in before we run too far. This way our map is more useful. I know it throws off the flow when I'm warping around a bunch like this.
You came to the right guy.
But I do think it's a good idea. Like the classic forewarned is forearmed situation. Still wouldn't mind having 4 arms. What do you mean that's not got anything to do with it? Ah, there's also more bounties. Shadow Vein Sorcerers. 30 Imps. You know, these are both kind of late to be giving me these, game. Why don't you ever give me the bounties while I'm in the area for the bounty? Why do you keep giving me them after? Like, maybe it's just me, but I think that's stupid. This basically necessitates wasting your time going back to an area you've already cleared. Whereas, if you give the player the bounties when they access an area, you can then actually benefit from clearing the area. Instead of the bounties kind of just becoming busy work. Ah. I take it the entropy portal is going to be our method of getting me places. Once again. Is we can't really cross the water here of our own power. Oh, back to Spooky Land. Whee! At least we'll survive in here better because we got our lantern upgraded. Great Eternal Hall. Oh, those just drain my stuff faster. Okay, I thought they were enemies. Whee! 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 I do enjoy the platforming in here because it's slightly different than normal platforming.
Come to my bag.
Okay, I can leave. Whoa! Where am I? Oh, I got sent back to the... No, I didn't get sent back to the beginning. There we go. Broke that open, and now I have a full refill. I am upset about that one, though. The good news is you can't die in these places. The lantern saves you every time. That's the saving grace about these sections. Okay, there's another portal exit there. Charge our lantern. And just don't stand here in front of these things this time so I don't waste as much of my power. Actually, oh. You don't have as much air control as I think in that moment. I second-guessed my decision because I saw a jump pad to the right. I thought about it for a second. I'm like, maybe I should check that jump pad to the right. There might be something interesting there. Well, there's money. Not as interesting as I'd hoped. How money is surviving here in Entropy Land is a whole other question. Interesting. Ooh, what are you?
Spirit enduring, traveler.
How? Who? What?
Indeed, I've expected your arrival. In truth, I was unaware it would be you specifically. However, in the infinity of time, I would inevitably meet another traveler.
True.
Hours, centuries, it is difficult to discern. Time and space manifest differently here in Entropy. I am Hui, a scribe. I arrived through a tear in the fabric of reality, separating Entropy from another realm. Faeldom, as its denizens call it. Your birthplace, I presume.
Oh, wow.
My home was among the countless worlds that fell to Entropy. I have since devoted my life to seeking a means to quell its relentless advance. Whether this is possible is unclear, but I must strive nonetheless. I delved into Entropy's depths to unravel its nature, yet existence within this realm demands a sacrifice, the very essence of life, as you likely have deduced. Alas, I need more to sustain the investigation. Will you assist me in gathering it?
That depends. You gonna give me the crazy magic items that let you generate even more of a safety bubble? Because since you seem to be able to just hang out in here indefinitely, I would like whatever this indefinite power source you have is.
Well, we share a common enemy. And
Fair.
for your assistance, I shall make available the weapons and artifacts of great power I've acquired across the realms.
You know what? You had me at weapons and artifacts, bud. You've got a deal.
Excellent. My focus is needed here, but you may take these quills. They will summon my spellbook, a compendium of my knowledge on entropy, imbued with my mind and awakened by my spirit. It will aid you against the darkness.
Thank you. So I just have 3 Hui's
How
quills.
is your quest to gather the essence of life progressing?
6,000 essence. I almost have enough for him just on hand. Let me just go do a little bit of fighting and I'll be back to him in a minute then. Oh, that one did a multi-shot. Didn't realize they could do that. Yeah, that's the one I'm used to them doing. He's just spitting at me. This thing's dropped 200. So we'll walk back and forth through here a couple times, but do the job, or I can just go back into the castle for a minute. I will say, this area does feel slightly padded, but I think part of that might just be the issues I had getting through here. That may not necessarily be a game issue. Because I have had to go through this slower than others may have. There we go. Now we have 6,000 essence for Hui. So let's quickly get our health back. And I could summon him to me, but he's in an easy enough to get to spot. We may as well just go visit him and then save the quills for later. Because I assume he's going to give me another follow-up quest. And I'm very interested in working with a man who is from another world. Because things like that tend to lead to very interesting information. And I'm all about interesting information. Oh. I don't like those timed platforms. Mostly because I didn't realize they were timed until I fell through that one. Like, I saw that they were coming and going, but I wasn't sure what the mechanic there was. I see now, as the line fills out, is how they change. Hey, Hui, I brought you goodies.
How is your quest to gather the essence of life progressing? The spirit endures.
Oh, hey, it's Bubble
Thank you,
Group.
friend. You have upheld your end of the bargain, and now I shall honor mine. Behold, the myriad instruments I have collected throughout my journey. Some from great masters, others from enemies felled.
Okay, so he just opens as an essence shop. 55% spell buff, Astral Relic, Wild Relic, and Chaos Relic. Though, really, game? You're gonna just knock off 5% on the Chaos one? I see how it is. I see you. Mantropic Essences. We can buy an infinite amount of Hui's quills. Oh, so it doesn't actually contact Hui. It actually summons a companion that smites things. And he also will teach me Astral Guardian and Spirit Companion. Which is actually like a controllable companion. Neat. I guess the only thing I'm actually interested in here is the Shredding Carnage. That's kind of a shame. Well, and his Mandrake root. I do probably want that too, but not in the immediate. So I need 6,000 essence again. I'll go ahead and just eat some essence items for this one. 10,000 from the quest we just did. God damn. 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000.
Your spirit endures.
There we go. We only had the Chaos Shard for like 5 minutes. And now we've got an even better one. Now, I'm assuming there's more to this area than him, though. Because we had another path that we'd started going down before I fell. Yep. I do feel like combining nonsense like this with a timer that will lead to your death eventually isn't the best. I missed it. Where does this take me? Or is this the one I went in before? Okay, see, these timed platforms make a bit more sense, at least. They're timed to your movement on them. What? I'm going to assume that was a Burning Blood death. And I just missed the fact that I took a heavy enough hit. Because our meter wasn't empty. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, there's a lot to look at in this place. So it can be a little tricky to keep track of what's going on in some aspects of this area. Well, that works. We'll go through this portal again this time, because this recharges our meter. God damn it. See, the problem with that is you have to time that one without being able to see it. Unless you can, like, bait out the one that the timer goes down on while you're standing on it by, like, jumping or something. Maybe that would have worked. Let's go back to this one. I don't like the other one anymore. Oh, those do hurt me. That's why I died then. I didn't realize the spikes in the ground actually did damage. I thought they were just there to make you stay still and drain your meter. Small coalesced essence. Oh wait, no, those are drain locations, not gain locations. God damn it. Wow, that's a long run through here, too. They expect you to go far through entropy this time. Don't get me wrong, I should have been sprinting more through that. But I was kind of trying to get a feel for the lay of the land. These are timed pretty piss poor, not gonna lie to you. Like, you just happen to hit a bad cycle with those, and it's just like, hey, you made it up there, and then you fell again. You made it up there, then you fell again. There's really just not a way around that without waiting when you have a constant meter running. Like, that's why you see me not waiting there, in addition to the fact that, you know, I'm not a patient man. We knew this, but it's still kind of stupid to have so many things that make you wait in a place where you can't wait, or you'll die. Yeah, that time I fucked up. Oh, and I'm just back down here instead, huh? What? There's another portal down there? Why? Not gonna lie, trying to make sense of the layout in there is also rough, to put it mildly. Because again, you can't take your time in there at all. You have no time. You have to be constantly in motion or you're just screwed in there. Which is not great. Not really a design decision I would recommend. I do have one idea, though, that might help us. Let's quickly go back to the witch tree. Because I might be able to make our lantern a bit better to compensate for this situation a bit. 45 more. No, I can't really immediately get the ones I would want. And honestly, it costs enough essence that I can't really do that either. Like, I think if I burn the essence I'm carrying, I can get the 45 increase. But I don't think I have enough available to make, like, Essence Leech an option, for example. And I feel like Essence Leech would be the one I would want for getting through that area without it being a whole ordeal. So I guess we're just gonna have to make do. Yep, the book doesn't help as far as that goes. Just for sake of my own calculation here. 50 plus another 150, so that's 400. No. Start from the higher ones, then we can add the lower ones afterwards. So that's 1,500 between all of those. 2,500, 5,000, 15,000 between all of those, and then a pittance from that. So yeah, 15,000 is the best we'd be able to do. It might make it to 16,000 between with these added, but I don't think it'd be enough.
Ah, hello, Inquisitor.
The longer she spends around here, I swear she's getting friendlier. But that's probably because I've just been paying her so much money. I have nothing new out of you at the moment. I think we just have to, like, just do a better job getting through there. Which is unfortunate, but I think that's just the position we're in. And I think I'm better off solving that. God, why must that be the same button as sprint? Because you can click the left stick to sprint as well. But I'd rather right bumper sprint. But it's the same button as interacting, which is annoying. Like, I wonder if they really fully thought these entropy sections out. Or if these were just kind of added as a, ooh, this is neat. Actually, I should go this way first. Or... if you're wondering why I just jumped off into the void, I thought the portal that led to the blue thing was over there. It isn't. My brain got very crossed up because of hopping around in this place so much and just redoing these same areas 50 times. Yeah, because this is just for the money. This was useless to jump over here. The one that recharges your meter is over here. I also, for some reason, thought with those wall-looking things that it was actually blocked in there. Not actually, so that's a thing. See, maybe it's just me, but timed platforms really don't belong here. I don't mind timed platforms as a concept. Timed platforms as a concept are fine, but they have to be in a place where they're not excessive. And I feel like in this area, they definitely are excessive. And it's not because I'm falling. I couldn't care less about the fact that I'm falling. Except for the fact that I'm reaching a point where it's feeling like I'm wasting my time. This isn't challenging. This is just annoying. I have not at any point felt like this was difficult. It's just, haha, you lose. Over and over again, basically. Also, why does the timer on those not start until after I jump toward them? That's also a little weird. I only just figured that one out. I feel like that side path to recharge my meter is just a red herring. I should just stop bothering with that. Just go back to the path I actually need to be taking. You know, if the platform would like to actually be there when I need it. So I'm not wasting a chunk of my meter dawdling around, waiting for the platform to deign to show its face again. Thanks, game. This really is overall a good game. but it really feels like sometimes the people making this game have a problem where they don't know what they were making. Because this game feels confused. And I know that that sounds like a weird statement, but I feel like this game does not benefit in the genre that, as far as I can tell, it's primarily built to be in, from these more platforming focused segments. Case in point right there, where he didn't grab the ledge like he was supposed to. If these segments weren't in a game that has more sluggish, Souls-adjacent movement, you more than likely would have had more options for avoiding that fall. Like, I had almost said this before, but I'm getting more towards it now. The platforming and Metroidvania aspects of this game feel tacked on. They do not feel anywhere near as engaging as they would in a game focused on that aspect of it. And I think that's the best way I have to explain that thought. Hi, Hui, I just need to borrow energy off of you, don't mind me. I thought I was gonna miss that jump, and I was gonna be very cross. But what I mean by that is it took a while for us to even get our first change in traversal at all, which is just breaking through rickety floors. And so far, the only other thing we've gained is a grappling hook that only works in very specific locations. And it just doesn't feel like it adds that much to the game. Is one of the things that makes a Metroidvania fun is how you can engage with the exploration somewhat in your own way while interacting with the tools that you're given. Say, finding new paths via extra jumps or some improved variety of movement you gained, be it like an air dash or any number of things. This doesn't have that. You are basically expected to interact with this game's environment on its terms, and only on its terms. I just saw that other portal down there, so I think I might actually have another plan. Jump under the ledge and go for that portal in the hopes that it leads somewhere good. But yeah, that's where my frustration with the movement in this game comes from. Is it lacks a certain fluidity that it feels like this game wants to have but doesn't have. And I'm sure it would be even worse if I didn't have this cape increasing my movement speed. If we were like at normal sluggish speed, this would be even worse to navigate these sections. And if they intended for you to grind to make your lantern better, then fuck this game. That's just stupid. Where was that portal? Somewhere near here. There it is.
Oh, idiot.
Oh, that's how I got there. Hey there, Ronan. And I'm of mixed feelings when I hear somebody agree with a line of thought like that. Because part of me wishes that this was a pet peeve situation rather than it actually being an issue, but more people agreeing means it probably is actually a legitimate issue. But hopefully you're doing well today, and thank you for hanging out. Especially putting up with the loop I'm in right now. Because I'm sure it's not exactly entertaining to watch me just keep falling in these holes over and over again. And rest assured, I am actually a pretty good platformer for the most part. This just doesn't encourage good platforming, as I've been rambling about for a bit here, as you already heard. But I feel the need to reiterate that because of the fact that I do know what I'm doing. This makes me look like I don't know what I'm doing. Which is frustrating in its own right. But I take it from that, then you've had your own amount of experience with this game so far, then. Wow, I'm surprised I lived that. Okay. Then yeah, having a fresher experience with it definitely makes those feelings line up. Like, I just genuinely don't understand why they thought that this was a good idea. Like, I love the entropy section as a concept, because these places are really cool, but you don't get to explore them, is you're forced to be on a timer. Now, I will admit, one pet peeve aspect of this is I hate timers. I find timers lead to a lot of artificial difficulty and a lot of not getting to experience things because you don't have time. And if I wanted to not get to experience things because I don't have time, I have real life for that. Real life is enough of a case of I have no time. And the way these timed platforms line up also removes your ability to have a good platforming flow. You start getting to a flow state like I was there, and all you do is get dumped down the next timed platform that isn't synced up with everything else. It just doesn't make sense. Like, part of me wonders if I'm just not supposed to be doing this, but based on your experience, I have to assume that, yes, I have to do this. And just based on the lay of the map. Oh, hey, we're out of energy again. Oh, hey, all of this was just for money over here. Great. Haha, the platform left without you. Haha. So, let me make sure I'm understanding what they're putting down here correctly. Let me tell you, I have all of the essence upgrades other than the ones that cost over 10,000 essence to get. And it ain't helping. Like, the next one I could get would add 45 to that timer, which would not be enough to make that run. Like, it would only delay the inevitable. The only one I see in that list that would fix the problem... Let me just get a visual aid up for everybody else. Is like, my next upgrade would be this one, the one that costs 18,000. And it doesn't matter. The only one I think would change things would be Essence Leech. And even that, I don't think would make enough of a difference to make these sections playable. And I'm sure there's people out there that are like, but no, you could just do this, and it just actually is a super short path, which doesn't work for people who haven't been there. Actually, no, I tell a lie. This one right here, this spirit bond right here would solve the entire problem, because you'd get half your meter back. But you shouldn't have to rely on something like that just to get through a section of the game that's required. I am admittedly making an assumption that this section of the game is required. Don't get me wrong about that. And if I'm wrong about this section of the game being required, I still will retract my statements, but I will feel less strongly about them. Let me just phrase it that way. Yeah, exactly. It's insanely expensive. And that's why I made the statement I made about if they expect you to grind for that, they may have designed this game wrong.
Here to view my collection?
No, I just wish you would throw me up there. You know, why can't we just have this guy follow me along? Yeah, it really just would be better to have it just require the Mandrake roots. Because that would be in line with how most anything else would be governed as far as that goes. And not just keep splitting your essence in further and further directions. Like, I hadn't even considered that, but no, you're right. That does make sense. Like, I'll be honest, I wasn't the hugest fan of this gimmick when, say, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes did a similar bit to this with the Dark World. But at least they had the decency to give you places where you could recharge. At least occasionally. Here, you're lucky if you see one more than one in that area. And this one in particular has a very big problem as far as that goes, because we have encountered 2 recharge points in this zone. One is over here where Kui is. This might not be exactly where it is, but it's over in that general vicinity. Not on the path you need to be taking, so by the time you get back to your path, you've wasted most of the essence you've recharged. And the other one's over here with the exact same problem, because your entry point is right next to it. So what's the point to that? The answer, there isn't one. All they would have to have done was move a recharge point up into the middle of this path somewhere, even if you had to, like, do some extra platforming to get to it, but at least be on the right route. And this would be fine. Or just, like, have a really weak recharge in between some of these timed platforms, so that at least you're not just getting punished and punished and punished again just because these don't happen to be there. Like, these are all simple ways to fix this without making it trivial. It wouldn't even be a complicated thing to make this a more playable and engaging section. And if any people that have worked on this game happen to end up listening to this, fix your shit. Like, I'm not even gonna be nice about it. There are many cases where I'll be nice about these things. This one, nah, I'm kind of over it at this point. I have to wonder if this was play-tested. Which, if it was, this may very well be a case of the playtesting issue of developers testing their own product, or people who have playtested something so much that they know it backwards and forwards to a degree that your average player isn't going to be able to match. Yeah, I had a feeling I was dying right next to the exit the entire time. But see, nearly disasters with a near perfect run through there. That's too strict. That's not okay. Especially that being your second intended time going in the entropy. If this was like your third or fourth time, sure.
I don't understand how time and space work in that other universe.
And especially since, if you think about it, you would have come from having just kind of casually hopped through entropy to get over here to Lockmere in the first place. is in if you were playing this game straight through, you would have probably spent a good like 5-6 hours, maybe even more than that, running through all of this, and then you would have gotten slammed to the floor by having to run through that section. It just doesn't line up. And this is not the first time I've encountered a game that tries to force a platforming segment without understanding what makes platforming satisfying. Hey, maybe it'll happen. Maybe they'll end up going to a convention in your area or something where you'll be able to get a hold of them. Depends on if this ends up taking off in any real way where something like that would be viable for them. I mean, hell, in a wild turn of events, you might even just run into one of them someday. Hungary's a decently big country, so it's not super likely, but not outside the realm of possibility. Aha.
Shit, that was high.
Yeah, like there's been updates popping up, as I've seen patches coming out, but half the time when they patch the game, there's no notes to go with it, so no one has any idea what any of the megabytes that are being downloaded do. I do wish they would just let you use the grapple from the ground in cases like this as well, but that's more nitpicky. That I'm not gonna really make a whole to-do over. That's more of a, it just feels a little stiffer if you can't just launch it from a standing position. Really? Really, there's just a checkpoint here already. Where were all the checkpoints a little while ago? Yeah, New Game Plus would be nice. Personally, that won't mean much for me because I'm not one who ends up using such things, because by then, you know, I've played the game. I don't really need to play it again. But it would at least add some longevity to it for others, so I'm all for that. Like 90% of this game, 90% of this game is solid and actually like very good. But there's just glaring issues primarily around the movement. Like the times where, hey, he just chooses not to grab the platform edge even though he's supposed to.
Nothing to say to you.
Good for you. What about you? Do you have anything? Good for you. Your cat, however, is much more welcoming to outsiders than you are, apparently.
What mysteries surround its demise?
Aye, the air carries whispers.
If you are looking for assistance, Inquisitor, no one is going to talk to you. Not since your leader chased us from his lands.
You know what? Fair. I appreciate that, and once again, thank you for being here, Ronan. Hopefully you'll be able to have a good night and good luck with whatever you have to deal with tomorrow.
The eye sees all. The only being I fear is the only one whose approach cannot be seen. Death. For this I am. I am the elder of this band of travelers. You may call me Madame Zifra. as I know your people lack the finesse to pronounce my true name. I sense you are here.
Here's hoping.
For the heart of the Guardian of the Citadel.
Wow, she figured that one out quick, but then again, what else would somebody like me be here for?
I know many things that are yet to transpire. You wish to enter Dracaden's Citadel. This I know. But I have erected a barrier in front of the castle to keep its occupants inside and away from my people. If you wish to enter and kill the dragon, I am willing to dispel it. But you must bring me the eye of the dragon.
I mean, if I'm already getting the heart, that's fine. You only want one of them? There's gonna be 2 eyes, you know. I can do you a 2-for-1 deal on 2 eyes here. No? Okay. I do want to know what she's gonna use it for.
That the eye of a dragon can see death itself, as it is the only thing my powers cannot reveal. It would be quite useful to my people's survival. The barrier to the citadel will be lifted. Enter its doomed halls. A woman waits for you there. I will tell my people to help you, but do not expect a warm welcome.
That's fine. It's rather cold here. Now, can I do business with the merchant?
Many wares from nearby towns.
You know, that's about as warm a welcome as you get anywhere else in this game. Yeah, the sword's not terrible. The vest is actually not bad. Put it in the bag. You say item drop chance to me, and I say less. Put it in my pocket. Just jam it on my finger, or even. I will grab this sword, even though I don't... Well, no, it's kind of expensive. We don't have that much money. It would be all of my money. I was gonna say I'll grab it, even though I can't really make immediate use of it. But no, I think I'll hold off.
The castle. Did you know it was once home to many artists and musicians? A very famous violinist was said to be in residence. If you were to find his instrument, a great reward would be earned. I long to play the master's violin.
Not gonna lie, was expecting them to be much harsher, considering we were told not to expect any warm welcome. But they settled out real quick.
These people were once allies to the witches, and the archmages that punished them for it.
Yeah, that tracks. I kind of assumed it was a case like that. Then again, most traveling groups like that in any work of fiction tend to be the ones who are getting the shaft. Is more often than not they're traveling because they can't really see eye to eye with any of the powers that be in any of the locations they've gone to. And that's not because that's a bad thing. Oh, those are the... That's the rogue mage type we were fighting in that rift area. The rift arena thing. I recognize the movement. Yeah, look at this. Why are there so many checkpoints clustered together here? But you compare it to other sections, and they're well, I guess they're not that much further apart, but sometimes they're, like, way further apart. That's something that always bugs me, and I'm not blaming these devs in particular for this, because this is actually a consistent problem that I've encountered. A lot of designers seem to not understand how to space their checkpoints.
Oh, it's cold out here. What I wouldn't give for a warm hearth and a glass of spiced wine.
Oh, that freezes real fast, huh? Okay, gonna have to keep that one in mind. At least we didn't die yet. Something up there. Can't get at it. This is again proving my point that we must get a double jump or something. Because that's not a grapple point, even though it looks like it might be. And since we got the grappling hook in the last area, and everybody around here's got wings, maybe I'll get wings here. I could actually go for some wings right about now. Even though I had chicken earlier, I could always go for more chicken. Chicken is tasty. You must be the one I was told I'll be meeting in here.
This place, once home to a family, wise and kind, protectors of the land. The bell sounded, and then I can't remember what happened to them. Perhaps I should keep looking.
She's got interesting eyes. And anyone labeled a pyromancer is certainly someone I'd be interested in talking to. Okay, I can't grab onto those and climb above them. I can't be cheeky. May or may not have processed the grapple point a little too late on that one. Too busy watching all of the crushers all around me. Wow, this entire, like, ice wave is just refreeze, huh? Okay. Okay. That's how you're gonna play it, then.
We'll catch this one.
No. You ain't catching anything. For all your long legs and wings, you can't run for shit, apparently. Nope, not dealing with you either. Cool party trick that you set your sword up on fire, buddy. Good for you. Place is full of entropy, so that's a bad sign. Probably has something to do with why everything's gone to hell in a handbasket around here. Let's take this a little bit slower this time rather than rushing the Ice Mage. I figured rushing the Ice Mage was a good idea, not realizing there was a second one up here. Like, obviously, I assumed there were going to be enemies up here, but I didn't figure it was going to be a second Ice Mage who was going to just make everything awful down there. Oh, there is a grapple point there. And I can reach it. This is a nice looking castle, though. The parts of it that are still intact enough to be looked at. An interesting mix of inspirations. Think I got them both? Yeah, I got them both.
It opens from the other side.
Of course it does. Okay, so the dragon's lair is apparently real close. Well, either the dragon's lair itself is really close, or our way to get in there is close. So far, the crushers aren't that bad, and I have a very sneaking suspicion that that's going to radically change at some point. I'm going to be very upset. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's just an exit. Okay. Really not sure what the point to that was. There's probably something else and I just didn't see it. Or it's something for later. Either way, we don't need to worry about it now. Because we're basically in initial foray exploration mode at the moment, rather than trying to figure out every nook and cranny and every mechanic of this place.
Can't open from this side.
Now, making this initial foray might not work out for me, kind of like the initial foray into the vampire castle somewhat backfired in some ways by virtue of the fact that there was a few days between when I did the initial foray and went back to the area. Which is going to happen again here, too, because obviously it's going to be a week between this session and the next one. Since this game gets played on Tuesdays. And there's the map fragment. Another grapple point leading up? There is. I will say, they put those grapple points a little awkwardly, as far as these ones that lead vertically goes. I could definitely see people just missing that that's there completely. Like, I only even looked a second time for it because there almost had to be one there in order for us to be able to proceed. This made a bit more sense. But look at how long a stretch this was between this checkpoint and the other one. Whereas these, like, 2 foot apart checkpoints here, it's weird. Like, maybe I'm harping on that a little too much, but it just feels weird when the spacing is inconsistent. Especially since that run through where we just were is way more dangerous as well. So I guess this Jotun is just the ice version of the forest giant we killed. Because he's got basically the same moveset except less, ironically enough.
I think I'll take this.
Jotun hammer. Storm call. Okay.
The door is covered by a block of ice. Could the bell be the key?
Ring the bell, break the ice, yeah. Sounds good to me. Something I would have given a shot on whether he said something or not. Which, the bits of inner monologue he has are useful from time to time, but there's also times where he'll just have inner monologue that is just meaningless. Like, not even that it's not particularly useful, but, like, it doesn't even mean anything significant in terms of the narrative. Is he'll just, like, repeat something you already knew from 5 seconds ago. Ah, that hurts a lot. I don't know if I've just hit a power scaling threshold right now, or if this area is easier than the last one. Because it does feel like this area is easier. And that might be a weird statement, but it does feel easier to me. And maybe that's just because of it being nowhere near as annoying as the entropy run we just did as well. Because it's certainly better than that. But it would be hard not to be better than that.
You will die.
No, I won't. You'll die. So was that coat any good? Good for knowledge. useless to me in all other respects. I will say that this being an ice area definitely loosens my fear about the fire sword not being useful. Like, I wouldn't assume it will be remarkably effective around here, but they're at least not going to be super resistant to it, presumably. Not that we're attacking directly very much anyway right now. That's nothing new for me at this point, is it? I don't even know if this is a new enemy, or if this is just the same old abomination. I think it's just the same old abomination. I thought from him, based on the blue eyes, that it was gonna, like, shoot ice or something. But it still shoots acid, so I think it's the same old, same old. Now, I was expecting to slide down on that and not have a choice in my life anymore. The area I'm supposed to have gone to was just right next to that checkpoint as well. But I think it was locked. Oh, right, yeah, because that was where the ice was. Oh, I'm finding bell parts. Okay. I'm glad I found a bell part before I stopped then, because otherwise I would have no idea what I was meant to be doing. And that would be awkward. Huh? Makes you wonder who went around and placed all these grapple points and put the cloth on them to be spottable. Ow. Okay, I think we're, like, right on the other side of the ice now, aren't we? Or are we just back in the same room? We are in the same room. I assume the other bell part then is down below.
I'll end this swiftly.
At least this place opens up pretty quick. I don't know if I've just happened to go the right way, or if this place just does actually path well. It's hard to say. The pathing so far is fairly coherent in here. I would like that item. I would not like the dragon man who just started chasing me. Or this one. Ow, 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 ow. Nope. Might help a lot to turn in the map fragment, but it might not. You know, that guy has the elite health bar markers and everything, and he's actually easier than the other guy, because he's easier to bait. I really do feel like we're gonna gain another platforming benefit of some kind soon. Because there's too many places that are just like, oh hey, these are just out of reach, just like the forest just had a lot of places that were just out of reach. But I have to imagine that these shield guys are miserable to fight in melee. Just because of, like, that shield parry that they do and everything. I think we're going back to a spot we were already. Because this feels familiar. Yeah, this is where we came in. I would like what's in that box.
You will die!
No, we've been over this before with many of your clones.
Great.
Ring of the Unstoppable.
Yes, it would surely want to see this.
Ooh, fancy rock. We never did hunt down all the treasure goblins we've encountered.
Doesn't open from here.
Well, and that's an example of why, because sometimes they just warp to places you can't go yet. And he's just out of here. We could, like, keep respawning him, though, and stealing his money. If I was really focused on making infinite money. I don't know if I want to go that way, because we had Motes of Chaos before, and it really didn't do that much. Yeah, Wither is not something I need. I wouldn't mind having Nether walk back, but it's not like a huge thing. Unstable Trail could be neat. Inspiration wouldn't be bad to have. The Chaotic Remnants were fun, but they didn't do, like, a ton. I think we may as well grab Cripple, because I was already starting to build towards that, and increasing our weakness chance and the amount of slow from it would actually do a lot for us. Because that would actually put us to almost a 1 in 4. Or for weakness, which ain't bad. I was debating stopping at this point, but looking at the timer, we're only 4.5 hours in. We're actually not as far in time-wise as I thought we were. So I may as well poke around for at least a bit longer. Maybe just round off to the 5-hour mark. See where that leads me to. Oh, Mandrake root. Am I gonna have to fight this one? Yep. Which I've mentioned this a couple times as well. But I do really wonder about the boss reuse in this game, too. Ooh, wow. Okay, being close to them, really bad idea. Well, at least they have slightly different movesets. I was gonna say they need to at least, like, have a slight change to how they act. That one did actually attack a little differently. So it actually would have made me retract that statement if I had uttered it. Frost Lichen. You know, it's interesting that these worms and those tentacles both exist in this area. These have the elite health bars, so I presume that these are just the elite versions of the tentacles for practical terms. Ooh, this opens. I assume this is going to lead to another speed section? Yep. These two are another perfect example of... I'm not sure this lines up with the design of this game entirely. I'm kind of fine with them personally, you know, aside from situations like that where you just get comboed. Because that was going smooth up until I got shot from 2 different angles at once, which was a bit of a rude move. It's interesting that you have a ledge to grab on there, but I guess it's so you can actually make it across to pull the lever to bring the elevator back. Be a little awkward otherwise. I am definitely getting tired though, so we are wrapping before too long. Might not actually be a bad idea to just take all the diagrams home rather than poking around too hard in here, actually. We'll do a little bit of a bookkeep moment here at the end. Really need to just use the hotkey for the witch tree, but it's fine.
Hello.
Don't have anything for you. Don't think I have anything for you. No. I got a fancy gem for you. First, let me give you the diagrams. 'Cause I assume she'll give me a quest based off that fancy rock, but I want to see what I can do with what we've gotten. Ring of Might, 10% physical damage. I already have the Signet of Magic, which does a better job for me specifically. Poise. Oh yeah, we can make a ton of gold bars, which would level her up quite a bit. Restores 20 health on every 10th weapon attack. That would be great if I attacked faster. 20% less damage taken when at below half health. 20 armor to physical damage. I feel like these are somewhat the same thing. They're very similar, at least. Is raising your armor versus physical damage would only help if you had enough armor to begin with, whereas the flat 10% damage reduction against physical damage is stronger overall, I think? Like, the Ring of the Unstoppable is situationally stronger than the Shield Ring, but the Shield Ring is much more consistent. At least that's my take on it. I could easily be wrong. We'll go ahead and make 12 gold bars. That should be enough. So I am interested in the gold heart ring. I don't know if I'll use it. Mostly because my ring slots are all kind of already committed. But I'm interested in the idea of it. And we may try to finagle things around in between sessions for that. Could make more gold bars to get her another level. But all that would do is get me rings that I'm not going to go out of my way to make right now. So let's not worry about that and just worry about the brilliant.
I can do wonders with this. But you have to stay completely still for 2 minutes. Starting now.
Interesting. Oh, put controller down for 2 minutes. This is actually kind of funny that this is a thing you actually have to do. And I'm betting if I moved, it would fail. And the thing with this is, I'm glad they put a timer on screen for this. Because otherwise, I would probably get distracted by the time those 2 minutes are up. And not even that I would end up moving, but I would just end up not tuning back into this reality for more than 2 minutes. This gives me a chance to drink and move a couple things around while I wait. Also, that whole storm that apparently started, nothing amounted from it. It's not even cloudy anymore. Like, 3 rumbles and that was it. I'm not even sure it rained. Which is a shame because it's hot today. Would have actually been nice if it rained. Just half a minute longer. Did I mention that I'm bad at waiting? Like, I can actually be very good at waiting or very bad at waiting. It depends on how much I can distract myself at the time. Right now, I can't really distract myself that much. Because I don't even want to risk, like, tabbing out of the game or anything. And having it end up moving me because either Alt or Tab did something. But I should pick the controller back up now because we're about done with the timer there. And done.
Actually, I just wanted to see how long you could stand still. Come back in a bit. I'll be done working on the brilliant you brought me.
I figured it was going to be a joke like that. But it was a thing.
It's all ready. Hold out your grabbers.
Heart of the Void. All of that for 15% void resistance. Actually, I do think the 5% health thing really isn't that big a deal anymore. It is only 29 health. Let's go ahead and put the Treasure Seeker ring on. And basically, we'll wear the Treasure Seeker ring until we start getting in danger, then we'll use the Gold Heart ring. Because that'll be more useful in any situation where I'm actually in trouble. That was at least funny, though.
Can I help?
Yeah, some diagrams for you. What do these diagrams do for me, though? Ooh, Draco Tuatha Demara leg plates, chest plates, helms. They're pretty good. Not really suited to us necessarily, unless I wanted to go super high strength. Which kind of flies in the face of the fact that we've reduced the strength scaling on our weapon. But otherwise, these would be really cool, and it's neat looking armor. Very good defensive benefits as well, though it's heavy stuff, so we probably wouldn't use it anyway. It does give the vigor enough that you'd be able to wear it, though. Like, I'm pretty sure it mostly carries its own weight at that point. But sadly not suited to us. Which I won't say it's useless, but it does put it in a somewhat useless category for us. In that I won't be using it, therefore it doesn't have a use. If that makes sense. Yeah, go ahead and make me some minor health potions, because that's what I was planting all the bog berries for. Stone skin potions? Nah. Oh yeah, where is... yeah. See, it is the same as the minor magic potion, just better. These I really should be investing in, which means I need more sage. Can I buy sage from you? I know I bought some sage from her in the past. Looks like she doesn't have any more. That is a shame. That is nothing but a shame. Let's buy the Calendula. So we don't have much of that. We'll go ahead and buy her out on bogberries. We can make more of those healing potions. Even if they're not strong healing potions for us at this point, 15 charges of 120 more health is still not a bad thing to have. And again, by the time I get her 2 more levels, we might actually have more sage. I just need to get seeds for it, is the big thing. We go, level 6 for Alana now. Which doesn't teach her to make anything new, unfortunately, it doesn't seem. I just have you make a shitload of these stone skins. Yeah, it's not even a level. So I'm not going to worry about that right now. We do have another slot to throw in another Frost Lichen. Because every level she gains you more slots in the garden, which is nice. I do appreciate it gaining more garden slots. What is it that he learned to make? I forget what the runestone we got was. I know it was a rune. Was it the mine? No. It can't be the minor runestone of brutality. Is it root bloom? I know we had gotten root bloom at some point. Maybe it is that one. Or was it the wildwood periapt? Either one. I think it's one of these two. Why is... That is weird. Why is there a minor runestone of brutality next to the invoker runestone? Because don't we have a regular runestone of brutality? Or is that one for some reason minor and the other one isn't? Oh, these are sorted by level, so yeah. You would think this would then be a minor invoker runestone. Then again, this one is slightly worse. And the cost is much lower. Weird. Very weird. You can get him some cheap and free experience, though, by merging some of those cores. Not that leveling him up will help at the moment. Why can't I put runes on anything other than helmets and chests? Ah! Still drives me crazy. Just bothers the hell out of me that I can't put anything on anything other than weapons, helmets, and chests. It just seems weirdly limiting. Like, not being able to put runes in your gloves, that makes a degree of sense. But why not in your legs? Because you can't even say that, oh, there's not enough space there. Then why can you put it on your headpiece if you're wearing, like, a little tiara or a thin hood? Where would you fit a rune in any of that? Just doesn't make sense. Number of sparks each rift can fire would be a good idea. I feel like I almost should just finish upgrading Chaos Beam, though. Because I still end up using basically just Chaos Beam. We just need 80 more entropy. Don't I have an entropy item? No, I don't. I could buy them from the other dude. Hui, but I'm not going all the way in there just for a little bit of entropy. We can get it plenty of other ways. Oh yeah, let's drop off the map fragment, which was half the reason I came back. It can be incredible sometimes how quickly I forget things. And I'll get all the bounties out of the way in between sessions. Which may also help me remember. We definitely missed a map fragment somewhere. Or, as far as I can tell, we missed a map fragment somewhere. Either that or it's just weird with how he's got this laid out. And of course, we have all of these bestiary entries to get through before we stop. Big, deadly carnivorous plant. Great description. Mature predatory plant that has been nourished by vast quantities of blood and bone. Best to prune them before they reach this stage of growth. Pretty much kill anything you think would turn into one of these. Blood Eye, we've seen that before. It just has more information now. Draconic Initiate. This reptilian warrior supposedly has no relation to the native dragons of Faeldom. They worship an entropic abomination within Draken Citadel. Oh, there's nothing I like about dragons or their thralls. Definitely don't want to drink with them. Draconic Priestess. These reptilian humanoids have a culture of their own, including many religious rituals. However, since no one can understand their guttural chants, and the fact that they attack on sight, assume they have no interest in sharing this knowledge. Not lying. The wings kind of do it for me. Gerald? Don't try to bang everything female. she will rip your face off. Among other parts that you're probably a lot more attached to than your face. Draconic Scorcher. A weaker form of the reptilian humanoids. Much jumpier and prone to barbecuing your face. Fire Imp we discussed before. Frost Mage. Chilly demeanor, freeze spells, icy glare. Yeah, I get it. You like the cold. I like a frosty mug of ale, but I do not like what these mages are offering. Frostmane, a big wolf that can chill you to the bone before it gnaws on them. I hear there's a few brave souls in Port Lens, and they claim to have trained these creatures. But I don't really see any reason to go up there to verify it. Glacial Imp. More imps? Fuck. This one likes the cold, and I like it when they're dead. Glacial Orb. So you know the floating eyes? Well, this variety loves shooting ice out of its peeper. Hit it in the eye? It's always the eye. Night Stalker, we just have more information about. Noxious Eye. It's a green eye. Also floats. Here's a hint. Eyes are squishy. Icebound Burrower. Worms are small. Why didn't this one get the message? It's too big and it's cold. Wear a colt and kill the shit out of it. Jotun. Legend has it that these giants once ruled the world before we came along and gave them a good stabbing in the ankles. They're rare now. Mostly found in the north of the continent, in the frozen wastes and dark forests. But they still hold a grudge and will definitely use your smashed entrails to send a message to others. Might come after them. Permafrost Lurker. Tentacle that bursts out of the snow and does unpleasant things to your body. No, not like you're thinking. Violent, kill you sort of things. Get your mind out of the gutter and watch your step in the frozen wastes. Vengeful Willow, we just have more information on. Same with the Toxic Codex, and that's all of it. Okay. That's all of our bookkeeping up to date. And now, by the time I pick a raid target, we'll probably be at the 5-hour mark, so that does just about a good enough job there, doesn't it? Touch this just to make sure all of that saves. Just in case something goes horribly wrong in the raid process somehow. Alright. So where are we going? Becomes a wonderful question to ask every time. We have a lot of choices. It looks like one of the ones I was considering did end before I could send us over there, which is a shame because that was their birthday, but they started earlier than I thought they would. So it did not quite line up the way I'd intended. But, you know, that's how it be. I'll just need to make sure to remember to send them a happy birthday later. On the bright side, lined up well with me running out of tea. Just saw a good choice. Where did they go? Because Twitch has decided to shuffle my list again immediately. I'm gonna take away your audio for a moment while I check to see what the situation is in some of these before we go there. So of course I'm gonna be sent to ad hell because Twitch is that way. No, they're already a decent way in, so they're probably ending soon-ish based on what I know of their schedule. I do keep people's schedules in my head to a certain degree. As best I can, anyway. They're playing something I don't want to get spoiled on, so I can't send you there. Or there. There's gonna be a few situations of that, based on a few games that have come out recently. Nobody's playing this right now, so we don't have to worry about that one at least, but... that would still be a case of I'd have to be careful of getting spoiled on that one, too. And that's something I wouldn't be worried about spoilers on, but it's not something I would play. Well, judging from the disconnected screen I see there, that's not really a good option. Sometimes these just get real awkward. And I'm betting it's extra awkward for y'all, considering I don't have audio running right now for you. Speaking of, I can turn that back on for the moment, I'm done checking these. For the most part. Yeah. They're away. I mean, it has been a while since we've visited there. Probably very distracted, though. No, not really. We're actually in the middle of... It's like a yap session, so you know what? We'll go there. That'll work out. Yes, Chrome, I know. I'm doing a thing. We'll go see Jackie. We haven't been to visit Jackie in a good long while, and she's playing Monster Hunter. So, that'll be fun for people to hang out for. So, let's see. Today is Tuesday. So, Thursday will be a Lurk game almost guaranteed, because I do need to fit at least one in. I may do one for both Thursday and Friday. Saturday, as I mentioned, will be a Lethal Company lobby that I'll be putting the mod set together for tomorrow. So even I don't know what that's going to entail yet. So that'll be fun. And then we loop back around, of course, to Monday being another Legend of Dragoon session, and then back to this on Tuesday. Nice and simple schedule, nothing too crazy to remember. With that said, thank you all for your time. This was a good time as always, at least for me, and hopefully it was for y'all. Be good to Jackie, she's good people, and I will see you, not tomorrow, Thursday. Good night, everybody.